Chapter 1888. When he saw this information, Han Fei was overjoyed. Finally, God rewarded those who tried. His strength could be said to have skyrocketed by more than several times. In terms of strength alone, he had tripled. He remembered what old Yuan said. What's his strength after the sea expansion? More than 80,000 waves. This was already beyond the reach of ordinary people. What about himself? A full 120,000 waves. With a little cultivation, 130,000 waves was not a problem. With this strength, if he entered the chaotic sea again, what top 10 pirate groups? What North Black Ice? What Wind Heart Orchid? He wasn't afraid of any of them. Of course, apart from the increase in strength, Han Fei also found that his bloodline had doubled in power. This time it really doubled. From 72 million to 32 million, a terrifying increase of 4 million. Gulp, Han Fei swallowed hard. Han Fei knew that 32 million should be an extremely terrifying number. He had to go through such a terrifying, heavenly tribulation to reach this rank. It could be seen how many strong bloodlines there were in the sea expansion realm. The list of the 10,000 races in the sea also made Han Fei realize that he was not the top existence among the 10,000 races in the sea. Therefore, he had to continue to work hard. At this time, the simplest way was to swallow the bloodline directly. At this time, Han Fei's heart thumped and information appeared. 10,000 races in the sea. 296202223 owner. 1321219 nearby bloodlines. Ancient Azure Dragon, Time Dragon Carp, Golden Crow Divine Blood, Twin Yin-Yang Spirit Swallowing Fish, Emperor Sparrow, Hexagon Starfish Recommended Bloodline. Ancient Azure Dragon. When he saw this information, the corner of Han Fei's mouth twitched. The most suitable bloodline for this ranking was actually the bloodline of the Ancient Azure Dragon. This meant that the bloodline of the Hexagon Starfish was even stronger than that of the Ancient Azure Dragon. This was quite beyond Han Fei's expectation. The Hexagon Starfish basically didn't cultivate at all, but relied on inheritance. It relied on the clam girl to massage it. If it hadn't met Han Fei and given it a beating every now and then, this guy might still be lying on the bed. In terms of enjoyment, no one could surpass the Hexagon Starfish. But this guy's bloodline was stronger than the Ancient Azure Dragons. Han Fei couldn't help but be surprised by this. Just what level were these mysterious creatures at? Han Fei had encountered a mysterious one before. However, compared with Mr. Hexagon Starfish, Little Black, and Little White, they were far inferior. Now, the Emperor Sparrow had also become mysterious. The Dharch Sparrow was the most ferocious beast in the primordial world. He was a freak who had led a group of vicious beasts to wage war against divine beasts for 3,000 years. But was this guy also going to turn mysterious? I wonder what's so good about the mystery category? Thinking of the Emperor Sparrow, Han Fei was shocked. In the last heavenly tribulation, the Emperor Sparrow helped him kill the extraterrestrial devil. Based on what the Dharch Sparrow had said, it was a heavenly demon. Was this guy a devil? It was only a demigod. Wait a minute. Han Fei looked again, only to find that the Emperor Sparrow was already level 80. Did he become a venerable one? When did he become a venerable? Han Fei couldn't help but be surprised. Did this guy swallow the lightning tribulation when he fused with the Emperor Sparrow? So, he directly became a venerable? He had already caught up with Little Black and Little White. Han Fei was speechless. At this speed, would this guy also become a king in a few years? In addition to the improvement of his strength and the ranking of the 10,000 races in the sea, Han Fei found that his soul power had increased by about 100,000 points. Compared to his strength, the improvement of his soul power wasn't much. His strength had tripled, and his soul power had increased by about 30%. However, Han Fei was already very satisfied. After all, he had just entered the Pioneer Sea Realm. Once he stabilized his power as a king, his combat power would be much more than what he saw on the surface. after reading this basic information. Han Fei sensed that what he had in his body was actually spiritual energy. However, the quality of the spiritual energy was vastly different from before. Moreover, it was the Taoist rhyme that led the flow of the pure spiritual qi, the Taoist rhyme that was born within him. All of a sudden, Han Fei was slightly surprised. Why did his chaotic energy increase instead of decrease? Han Fei's eyelids twitched. Wouldn't the chaotic energy be consumed during the tribulation? Han Fei said, "Old Yuan, can you hear me?" The old turtle's voice sounded leisurely. "I can hear you. When the heavenly tribulation appeared, I restrained all my aura. This is the pure yang lightning. If I have a trace of it, I'm afraid I'll be directly struck into ashes." In fact, the old turtle was also amazed. How on earth did this guy survive a heavenly tribulation of this level? When the old turtle saw the purple lightning and the bright red lightning all over the sky, he even felt that he was going to die. He even wanted to remind Han Fei not to resist it head-on. Who would have thought that Han Fei actually dared to resist it head-on? Needless to say, Han Fei's strength, soul power, perception, and all other aspects at this moment were much stronger than when he was at the beginning. Because Han Fei resisted it head-on, he absorbed the most power of the heavenly tribulation. In this world, how many people could do this? However, Han Fei didn't care about this. Han Fei said, "Old Yuan, what's going on with my origin sea?" The old turtle said, "Well, I don't know. Your gourd world has merged with the origin sea. Or rather, the two are originally connected. You might as well ask the gourd." "I really can't answer this." "But," Han Fei asked, "but what?" The old turtle said, "If the space of the gourd becomes the origin sea, this should be a great thing. In the origin sea, you are the master. Unlike in the space of the gourd, you can even use the time here. Of course, it can only be determined according to the range of time acceleration in the space of the gourd. You can't exceed it or shorten it." Han Fei couldn't help but think, sure enough, the time acceleration in the origin sea has become 10 times faster. However, Han Fei was only surprised for a while. Thinking about it carefully, he realized that this was a skill for accumulation. My own origin sea, I can definitely be in a state of full acceleration. Han Fei said again, "Old Yuan, this origin sea is mine. In that case, can I enter the origin sea to cultivate now?" The old turtle nodded. "Of course. The origin sea is everyone's most mysterious place. Of course, when you come in, you need to be in a state of absolute silence and calm your mind. Unlike before, you can easily enter the space of the gourd as long as you have 3 seconds. Huh? Is that so?" Han Fei couldn't help but frown. If this was the case, it would be inconvenient for him to escape. If it was in a battle, it would not be as convenient as before. Therefore, he had to be more careful in the future. Han Fei asked, "So, when I enter the origin sea, others can't perceive it, right?" The old turtle nodded. "Theoretically, yes, because others can't find your origin sea. However, when you enter the origin sea, the spatial node you left is fixed. So, you can only come out from there. Besides, if there is really an extremely strong master of the Tao of space, it is possible to directly dig out your origin sea from the spatial node." Han Fei's heart sank. "It seems that I can't use the origin sea randomly in the future during the war. Otherwise, it will be easy to be ambushed. If I can't beat them, I'm afraid I'm doomed." Han Fei asked, "One last question. Why is the chaotic qi still there?" The old turtle explained, "The chaotic qi is used to support the existence of the origin sea. The more chaotic qi there is, the more the origin sea looks like a normal small world. And a normal small world can not only store your own Tao, but also generate new power of Tao and feed it back to you in case of emergencies." Han Fei raised his eyebrows. "You sound like you're creating a world." At this moment, above the Yin Yang Palace, The energy and spiritual energy that were originally used to support the eye of heavenly path had basically been swallowed by Han Fei. Those that hadn't been swallowed had basically dissipated with the blazing white mist. It could be said that on this day, the spiritual energy and energy above the 1,000-star city were nearly 10 times denser. Anyone who was smart would have already sat cross-legged and cultivated at this moment. In the 1,000-star city, there were countless people who had made breakthroughs. Han Fei looked at the desolate palace and then at the courtyard protected by the heaven and earth natural array. Han Fei held the pestle in his hand and suddenly found that he seemed to be able to use the real power of the heaven and earth natural array. At this moment, Han Fei's eyes and even his brain were spinning much faster than before. At this moment, through the seal, Han Fei found that a map had appeared in the heaven and earth natural array. This was a map of the entire Yin-Yang heaven. According to the location of this map, Han Fei found that this thing seemed to be real-time. In other words, it could reflect the situation of the Yin-Yang heaven in real time. This feeling made Han Fei immediately think of the sea quelling painting. Back then, he and the others were watching the changes of the stars in the sea quelling painting. When he was looking for the star map in the pool of the floating island in the painting, as long as he thought of it, he could appear where he should appear according to the map. Han Fei thought of something, and a projection fell directly into the map. As a result, the next moment, Han Fei's projection appeared above the level 3 fishery. Sure enough, with this thing, as long as he was in the palace with the heaven and earth natural array, he could instantly reach any place in the Yin-Yang heaven. Han Fei came up with a plan in his mind. The white mist didn't dissipate so quickly. Therefore, at this moment, only some people could see that Han Fei was safe and sound. Most people closed their eyes and couldn't open them, so they could only open their mouths and shout. Does anyone know what's going on? Has General Han made a breakthrough or not? I don't know. Han Fei didn't say anything either. Hey, this white mist doesn't seem to be so dazzling. I can already see some of it. Hey, look at the sky. Many people squinted or covered their eyes at this moment, looking up. They saw that the palace was surrounded by clouds and mist, full of immortal air. Han Fei thought of something, and the sound of the great Tao spread throughout the Yin-Yang heaven. Han Fei said, "Fellow human, I am Han Fei. I have learned a lot from this sea expansion. I boldly tell the world that I, Han Fei, call myself the human king today. Although I am happy to have the sea expansion, the human race is still in the abyss of suffering. We are still trapped in a cage. Outside the cage, there are thousands of enemies. There are kings, venerables, and countless explorers. Since I have become a king, I will naturally lead the human race to prosperity. One day, we will go to the outside world. One day, everyone in the Yin-Yang heaven will be like dragons. Roar, break the cage, and go to the outside world." Human king, human king, human king, billions of people were howling, and their power of will was gathering. Whether it was the Forest of Terror, the Undying Kingdom, or the Demon Beast Alliance at this moment, everyone was dumbfounded, and those who were familiar with Han Fei all had a strange look on their faces. He called himself the Human King? I'm afraid only Han Fei could do this, right? Chapter 1889. 10 years later. It had been 10 years since Han Fei transcended the tribulation and became a king. The Yin-Yang heaven welcomed the first real king in its history. Most people still felt that he deserved the title of king. After all, it was Han Fei who wiped out the big clans, wiped out the sea demons, and saved mankind. Han Fei had created too many firsts. There was no one in the Yin-Yang heaven who did not know his name. Half a year after Han Fei became a king, the cage channel between the Yin-Yang heaven and the Waterwood heaven was completely broken, and the two realms were truly connected. The immortal city of the human clan and the demon beast alliance each migrated a group of people to the Yin-Yang heaven. In fact, everyone knew that the territory of the mortal palace was only so big and there was only so much spiritual energy. Migrating too many people was not conducive to the cultivation and development of all clans. In fact, many people were still guarding the cage in the immortal city of the human clan, the Demon Beast Alliance, and the Forest of Terror. After all, although Han Fei killed more than 80 sea demons and even the Black Killer Snail King, there were still hundreds of sea demon venerables in the Black Blood City. There were still hundreds of sea demon venerables in the Black Blood City. The number of explorers was uncountable. How could these people not know that they were trapped in a cage and used as whetstones? These years they had been living in fear. Whether it was the Demon Beast Alliance, the immortal city of the human clan, or the Forest of Terror, they could all join the human race or establish diplomatic relations with the human race. However, the sea demons couldn't. The sea demons were born to oppose all clans. In the past, the reason why they could establish diplomatic relations with the Forest of Terror was mainly because the number of strong cultivators in the Forest of Terror was small, and they were threatened by the Demon Beast Alliance. And they had to find a force to ally with. Now, the Forest of Terror didn't care about the Black Blood City at all. And in the past 10 years, when countless people were immersed in the wonderful life of increasing spiritual energy and accelerating cultivation, they didn't know that there were dozens of more cracks in the cage. And this meant that the cage was really slowly collapsing. The conclusion that Han Fei gave was that the cage would collapse within 100 years. But now, with the increase of cracks, the number of 100 years would inevitably be advanced. Of course, there were disadvantages and advantages. In the past 10 years, the overall spiritual energy level of the Yin-Yang Heaven and the Waterwood Heaven had more than tripled. The increase of spiritual energy more than tripled meant that the number of human cultivators was increasing. The potential and spiritual heritage of humans were improving. At this moment, Luo Xiaobai was really in charge of the mansion. At this moment, someone was reporting, "Marshal, according to the latest batch of data, we tested all the children between the ages of 8 and 10 in the 1,000-star city and the 36 towns and made a shocking discovery. The children with spiritual pulse level 2 and below accounted for less than 20% of the total. As for the children below the age of 8, we tested them in batches. We found that the later they were born, the higher the grade of their spirit meridians. Our human race will usher in a new rise." Luo Xiaobai slightly nodded. "Continue the census, be it the 1,000-star city or the 36 towns. Set up a special branch to collect the latest data in real time." "Yes, Marshal." Right at this moment, someone suddenly shouted, "Report!" "Marshal, it's urgent." Luo Xiaobai said, "Come in." A young man in the explorer level hurried through the door. Ignoring the fact that there were still people around, he immediately said, "Commander, another crack has appeared on the wall of death in the north. It's more than 300 meters tall and 40 meters wide." Before Luo Xiaobai said anything, the person who was in the meeting just now couldn't help but be shocked. "So big?" Luo Xiaobai took a deep breath and said, "Got it. I'll deal with this matter personally. Continue patrolling and report to me immediately if there's any situation." "Yes, Marshal." After the two of them left, Luo Xiaobai sat on the chair and rubbed her eyebrows slightly. Everyone could slack off, but she couldn't. Yin-Yang Heaven had just ushered in a turning point for the rise of the human race. At this important moment, the problem of the Wall of Death was getting more and more serious. "Thud, thud," Luo Xiaobai said indifferently, "Come in." Luo Xiaobai had just perked up, but she saw that no one came in. But in the next moment, he felt a pair of ice-cold hands covering his eyes. Luo Xiaobai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "When did you come out of seclusion?" "Childish. If I were as strong as you, I would definitely have discovered you immediately." "Giggle. Who else could it be but Xia Shaochan?" She said, "I asked you to resign from your position as the Supreme Commander, but you refused. How tiring is it to stay here every day?" Luo Xiaobai rolled her eyes at Xia Shaochan and said, "It's not that I don't want to, but the situation is so serious that I can't let my guard down. If the cage is broken, the chaotic ocean will not be able to stop the experts from the outside world. At that time, if we encounter those powerful enemies from the outside world, the human race may still not survive this disaster. By the way, you've come out of seclusion. Where is our master human king? Xia Shaochan said, he went to seal the crack, and by the way, he went to see the nine-tailed mantis, shrimp, and the others. How are they doing in the cage? Luo Xiaobai immediately closed the stack of documents on the table and said, let's go. I'll give myself half a day off and go back to school. Xia Shaochan said, I'm here to call you. Zhang Xuanyu and Lu Rinquang have also come out of seclusion and are waiting for you. Luo Xiaobai couldn't help but be surprised. What day is it today? Why are you all out of seclusion? Xia Shaochan said, I'll tell you later. Look at how busy you are now, and the pressure on you is so heavy. You should be more active. It's best if you can find a boy that you like. Then your daily life will be interesting. The corners of Luo Xiaobai's mouth twitched. I'm different from you. I'm not interested in love. Xia Shaochan nodded. Yes, you are a woman who wants to become infinitely stronger. You want to become a king as soon as possible. It's been 10 years. You've accumulated a lot of power of will, haven't you? Why are you only a peak-level intermediate venerable? Luo Xiaobai smiled slightly. Of course, I'm cultivating the pure, mystic body. After 10 years of polishing, I feel that I've reached the limit of the intermediate venerable. As for Lu Rinquang and Zhang Xuanyu, they're cultivating with the help of star beads. What realm are they in now? Xia Shaochan said, you'll know in a moment. Thug Academy. The Thug Academy at this time was no longer the Thug Academy of the past. Even Wenrenyu and Xiaozhan had now reached the Explorer realm. After all, none of the students who could enter the Thug Academy were weak. Although Wenrenyu and Xiaozhan were not the strongest, as teachers, ordinary people couldn't compare to them. Now, they had at least 30 people with them, and they were cultivating. These 30 people were all the best seedlings that old Bai, old Jiang, Jiang Chao, and the others had plundered from the 1,000-star city and the 36 towns. Today, the Thug Academy on the Scattered Stars Island had become their permanent residence. When Luo Xiaobai and Xia Shaochan passed by their training ground, many people exclaimed, It's Senior Sister Luo. Senior Sister Luo now has a domineering aura on her. I don't dare to approach her. Huh, who's that next to Senior Sister Luo? Someone immediately patted him on the shoulder. Idiot, that's Senior Sister Shaochan. Who else could be so intimate with Senior Sister Luo, and even talk so cheerfully and wittily? Huh? Senior Sister Martial God? Didn't she say that she went into seclusion with Senior Brother-in-law? Why did she come out today? Someone exclaimed, Senior Sister Shaochan has come out of seclusion. Where's Senior Brother Han Fei? Someone frowned. What Senior Brother Han Fei? He's Senior Brother-in-law. Someone whispered, Let me tell you, I saw Senior Brother Yu and Senior Brother Kwang today. Do you think that today is the day of their gathering? Someone suggested, Shall we sneak over and have a look? Smack! As soon as this person said so, he saw a slap in the face. The student who spoke was stunned by the slap. Smack! Do you want to sneak away? Who gave you the guts? Smack! One must not be impatient in cultivation. As soon as your senior brother and senior sister show up, their souls are gone. The boy covered his head, twisted his body, and turned into dozens of shadows. He said, Mr. Xiaozhan, I know I was wrong. I just said it casually. Smack, a fishing line swept across, and dozens of shadows were wiped out in an instant. Then another slap came down. You're still hiding? Do you think you can escape? At this moment, suddenly the void shook and a figure walked out of the void. The newcomer smiled and said, Hey, Mr. Xiaozhan, are you in class? Seeing the newcomer, Xiaozhan grinned and said, Just like you, disobedient and troublemakers. If I don't teach you, you won't become useful people. Seeing those junior brothers and sisters who were shocked and full of admiration, Han Fei couldn't help but smile. You have to listen to Mr. Xiao Zhan's words. He is a teacher who has taught kings. Think carefully. Xiao Zhan immediately blushed and said, Are you trying to embarrass me? Go, 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 the two girls have just left. Go and have a gathering. Han Fei nodded with a smile and then said, Oh, just now, I went to the cage and brought you a Buddha black mountain conch. I left it here for you. After that, Han Fei waved his hand, and the huge conch corpse, which was 70 or 80 meters long, rolled to the ground, causing the ground to shake with a bang. Xiao Zhan curled his lips and said, Can I hunt it myself? Do I need you to bring it to me? Han Fei chuckled and disappeared to the backyard of the academy. Xiao Zhan walked to the Black Mountain Luo and knocked him twice. With a wave of his hand, he put away the Black Mountain conch. He couldn't help but feel warm in his heart. This brat must know that he was about to make a breakthrough. So he deliberately got this thing back. This Buddha Black Mountain conch was a big conch in the semi-venerable realm. With his current strength, even if he went with one Rinyu, he might not be able to defeat it. He would probably have to ask Wang Dashuai and the others to help him. Brat, you're really considerate, Mr. Xiaozhan. Can we have a holiday today? Someone said this, and Xiaozhan's face immediately became serious. A holiday? Was your head hit by an iron-head fish? The wall of death is full of cracks, and you still want a holiday? The man muttered, Senior Brother Han Fei, can we get together occasionally? Xiao Zhan immediately scolded with a smile. If you become a king, I won't care about you. No, if you can become a venerable, I won't care about you. Now, get ready to go to sea with me. Chapter 1890. In the backyard of the Thug Academy. When Luo Xiaobai saw Zhang Xuanyu and Lu Renkuang, she was surprised. How come you two are also peak-level, mid-level venerable? Zhang Xuanyu said with a smile. Why are you also a peak-level, mid-level venerable? Luo Xiaobai immediately understood. It turned out that not only was she suppressing the limit of each realm, but they were also doing the same. Luo Xiaobai couldn't help looking at Xia Shaochan. Don't tell me that you have been suppressing your realm, so you have been stuck in the half-king realm for 10 years. Xia Shaochan shrugged and said, I started earlier than you. In fact, Xia Shaochan really wanted to say that in the past 10 years, her strength was at its lowest, almost falling below the venerable realm. She had to take a lot of effort to fix it. Old Jiang said, Little fatty, come here and get some food. Lu Renkuang responded, Yes, I'm coming. At this moment, Old Bai was holding a handful of peanuts in his hand, chewing them while saying, We were wandering. Why did you call us back? Xia Shaochan said, Wait for Han Fei to come back. He has something to say. Zhang Xuanyu smiled and said, Why? Did he comprehend some ultimate skill again? Suddenly a voice said leisurely, Ultimate skill? I didn't comprehend it. Did you comprehend it? Zhang Xuanyu immediately responded, Ha ha, you don't say. In the past few years, I have fused the great techniques together and created a set of self-strengthening staff techniques. Let's have a fight later. You don't have to fight with me. Now, my moves are full of Taoist aura. It's useless except for feeding you moves. However, if you want to fight, it's still possible. Zhang Xuanyu said, You mean in the cage? Over the years, as many as 10 venerables have died in my hands. If it weren't for Little White forcibly forbidding me from entering the cage, I would have killed them all. Believe it or not. Luo Xiaobai immediately said grumpily, Those people in the Black Blood City are for others to gain experience. If you kill them all, what else can they do? Zhang Xuanyu shrugged. It can't be helped. Now, the Yin-Yang Heaven and the Waterwood Heaven are in harmony. The Waterwood Heaven is our friend, the Demon Beast Alliance is our friend, and the Immortal City is our friend. Even the Forest of Terror has surrendered. Who else can we find to fight other than Black Blood City? Apart from the Black Blood City, the venerables of the Yin-Yang Heaven and the Waterwood Heaven basically have nothing to do now. Apart from Black Blood City, the venerables of the Yin-Yang Heaven and Wadawood Heaven basically have nothing else to do. Han Fei scoffed. Nonsense. The venerable realm requires a lot of cultivation. Is the disassembly rate of spiritual energy very high? Have you comprehended all the battle skills? I have nothing to do every day. Tian, by white, Ian. By how many venerables do we have now? Chin. They're ping, white yang, As for the explorers, there are more than 2,000 of them. Ven, by white air said. Old Jiang said, don't just stand there and chat. Come and make dumplings. They chatted while making dumplings. Everyone, including Luo Xiaobai, the marshal, and Han Fei, the human king, took action. Where are Nian, and Yin, Where are Nian, and Yin, Didn't you meet them when you went to the cage? While making dumplings, Han Fei said, now the concentration of spiritual energy in the Yin-Yang Heaven is getting higher and higher. However, there are more and more strong masters. Therefore, the spiritual energy is obviously not enough. In another 10 years, there will be a lot of strong masters, right? Luo Xiaobai said, if the wall of death continues to transmit spiritual energy to the Yin-Yang Heaven, with the current growth rate and the spiritual heritage of the newborns, I conservatively estimate that there will be 50,000 to 100,000 explorers. The number of human venerables will probably increase to about 80. Han Fei said, what if someone is going through a king tribulation? Everyone stopped what they were doing and looked at Han Fei. A king tribulation. Han Fei said, in the Waterwood Heaven, Jing, has become a king tribulation. Xiong Chaoshui of the Demon Beast Alliance has become a king tribulation. Luo Xiaobai and the others all knew what Han Fei was talking about. However, the strong masters of the Yin-Yang Heaven were basically in the big clans, and the big clans were basically wiped out by Han Fei. Therefore, when someone was going through a king tribulation, the Yin-Yang Heaven could only watch. Han Fei said, Tang Yen is going through a king tribulation. He will succeed. Hearing that it was Tang Yen, everyone nodded and didn't seem surprised. Luo Xiaobai asked, then what about Tang Ge? Everyone knew that Han Fei and Tang Ge were good friends. In the past few years, Tang Ge had also made rapid progress. Especially after finding the path of swordsmanship, he also had the strength to fight across realms. This was the horror of a sword cultivator. Han Fei said, I went to see Tang Ge. He said that he cultivated swordsmanship and cut off Tang Yan's memory. From now on, he is himself and Tang Yan is Tang Yan. So it's not a big problem. Luo Xiaobai asked, so you came out this time because Tang Yan is going to have a king tribulation? Han Fei nodded. That's part of the reason. Zhang Xuanyu. What about the other part? Han Fei smiled slightly. I want to go out. Wow! Everyone couldn't help but stop what they were doing. Luo Xiaobai's eyelids twitched. If you go out now, will the cage collapse immediately? Han Fei said, Xiaobai, this place can't withstand many people's king tribulations. This time it's Tang Yan. Next time it will definitely be Chao, Tianji's turn. As the population increases, the cultivation speed increases, and the various clans in the cage cultivate crazily. I'm afraid we won't be able to hold on for 100 years. Old Bai said, you mean you want to take some people out? Han Fei nodded slightly. Yes, in addition to the few of us, I'm going to preach in the 2 worlds and all clans. Preach! Everyone couldn't help but be shocked. Everyone in the Thug Academy had enjoyed the preaching that Han Fei was talking about. Although as soon as they heard Han Fei's preaching, they would feel sleepy and then fall asleep. However, every time they fell asleep and woke up, they could feel that they had more or less gained something. Among them, the greatest benefit was that after Han Fei preached many times, the spiritual energy dismantling rate of Zhang Xuanyu and the others had reached 90%. Han Fei was sure that as long as he preached more, they would eventually gain something. In fact, When he preached for the venerable emperor, his spiritual energy dismantling rate had directly increased to 100%. In fact, it wasn't that they didn't know how to dismantle spiritual energy, but that they lacked someone who could dismantle spiritual energy 100% to teach them more. Luo Xiaobai was slightly surprised. Who are you going to target this time? Han Fei pondered for a moment. All the venerables in the two worlds. Luo Xiaobai said that's too few. A total of 542 people. How about adding venerables, peak stage venerables, and semi-venerables? Han Fei couldn't help but ask in surprise, how many people will that be? Luo Xiaobai nodded. It's simple. Just select 10,000 people. I'll do it in one day. Han Fei was stunned for a while. Well, okay. Old Bai asked in surprise, are you going to take them all away? Han Fei shook his head. Of course not. We can't just sit and wait for the cage to break. To put it bluntly, no matter how many explorers there are below the venerable realm, it's useless. We can't be satisfied with creating a force comparable to the immortal palaces in the outside world in 100 years. At that time, the immortal palaces in the outside world will join forces to kill us. Maybe we can successfully take over all the humans in the Waterwood Heaven and the Yin-Yang Heaven. Of course, it may also be a massacre. Everyone's heart sank. What Han Fei was worried about was the future of the Yin-Yang Heaven. As Han Fei said, it was indeed time to go out. Luo Xiaobai said, I'll do it. Your reputation in the Waterwood Heaven is also high enough. The quality of the people who will attend this sermon won't be bad. Han Fei said, by the way, pass your position as the Supreme Commander back to Shueishenqi. Old Shui has been managing the Scattered Stars Island for a long time and is very stable. There won't be any big mistakes. Of course, unless you don't want to go outside. Luo Xiaobai said, even if I continue to serve as the Supreme Commander, I still can't save the entire human race. The way is not here. If there are thousands of years and enough resources, maybe the Yin-Yang Heaven can rise again. But we don't. Luo Xiaobai seemed to have put down a heavy burden in her heart, and she actually smiled. No one knew the overall situation of the Yin-Yang Heaven better than she did. The growth of the Yin-Yang Heaven came too fast. It was like a dry desert, crazily absorbing the moisture of rain. There were even towering trees, snatching water resources. If this went on, the spiritual energy in this place could no longer be increased, unless more cracks appeared in the cage, which would inevitably lead to the cage breaking earlier. Luo Xiaobai said, I'm going now. Xia Shaochan shouted, don't worry. Go after dinner. It's a big deal. Do you think it's just a matter of time? Old Jiang snorted and said, this matter, it's up to Han Fei and Shaochan. Also, someone has to stay behind to guard it. Old Bai and I are too old. Even if we can make another breakthrough, it will be extremely difficult for us to transcend the tribulation and become kings. However, we can still take care of the Scattered Stars Island. Han Fei nodded slightly. Tang Yin also has to stay. We can't give him resources to become a king for nothing. He has to do something. And that Chao Tianji also needs someone to keep him in check. Old Jiang said, okay, you, as a human king, can think about these things. Now don't discuss these things. After dinner, you can deal with it. Han Fei. Chapter 1891. Half a day later, over the Scattered Stars Island, the sky bloomed. Luo Xiaobai announced her departure and returned the Scattered Stars Island to Shueishenqi, which caused a stir. The next day at noon, on the Scattered Stars Island, in the 1,000-star city and in the 36 towns, people were talking about Luo Xiaobai's departure. Someone sighed and said, it's a pity. Marshal Luo is actually very good. Although he is a little indifferent, the policies he promulgated and the institutions he set up are really for the people. Someone said, Marshal Luo is very popular. The reason why the human king is famous is that he liberated the human race, destroyed the sea demons, and slaughtered the major clans. But in the revitalization of the human race, It's all thanks to Marshal Luo. Someone said, "Why did he return to Marshal Shui's hands?" Someone guessed, "It's probably because Marshal Luo hasn't been in office for a long time and hasn't found a satisfactory person to take over." But what I'm wondering is, since he hasn't found anyone to take over, why doesn't he spend more time looking for or training someone? Just as the crowd was discussing the matter, a familiar voice suddenly sounded in the sky. The voice said, "Yin Yang Heaven, all human race comrades, I'm Han Fei, the Human King. Today, I have 3 things to announce." Wow, Human King? The Human King has spoken? It's been 10 years. This is the first time the Human King has spoken. Don't be noisy. Listen. In the sky, Han Fei's voice shook. In the past 10 years, the spiritual energy of our Yin Yang Heaven has been increasing. The strength of our human race has been increasing, and the number of our experts has been increasing. Our human race is rising. However, the reason behind our rise is because this cage is collapsing. Now, everyone should be familiar with the so-called 36 mysterious heavens. Yes, there are many enemies outside waiting for me. I can't just sit and wait for death. Therefore, I'm prepared to head out of the cage and form alliances to find a place for the human race to live in the outside world 100 years later. Indeed, in the past few years, Luo Xiaobai had intentionally or unintentionally revealed the term chaotic ocean. Once a matter was publicized as a secret, then while this secret was no longer a secret, it would definitely draw the curiosity of most cultivators. At this moment, as soon as Han Fei said this, the hearts of countless people shook. They knew where Han Fei was going. It was definitely the chaotic ocean. It was a world that was said to be filled with kings and venerables. Someone sighed. His Majesty the Human King is devoted to the people and carries the fate of billions of people on his shoulders. How can we enjoy ourselves in peace? We should constantly strive to improve ourselves. Someone's face was full of longing. I really hope to accompany Lord Human King to conquer the outer realms. Someone was speechless. Why don't you take a look at yourself? What's the use of hoping? A young man's eyes were filled with worship. Human King is invincible. One day, I will be like a sovereign personage, conquering the outer realms. In the voices of billions of people, Han Fei continued, "In addition to this news, I have a few things to do before I leave. The first thing I'll do is to spend 20 million supreme-grade spirit stones in the chaotic Azure Sea. In addition, I have already set up 10 great treasure troves in the Yin Yang Heaven Sea region. Inside are many of my great techniques, cultivation experiences, weapons, and equipment. I have already scattered the treasure maps throughout the world. Everyone, first come, first served. Work hard to grow." What? 10 great treasure troves? 20 million supreme-grade spirit stones? Swish, swish, swish. Everyone only saw that above the sky was full of meteors scattering in all directions. In the level 3 fishery, the major fisheries of the 36 towns, outside the scattered stars island, in the 1,000-star city, supreme-grade spirit stones streaked across the sky and fell. Huh, His Majesty is really generous. At this moment, a young man looked up, only to see a meteor smashing towards him. At this moment, someone was fishing, only to see a meteor fall into the water beside him. At this moment, there were even marine creatures gathered on the surface of the sea, waiting for the meteor to fall from the sky. Han Fei didn't intend to distribute all the supreme-grade spirit stones to human beings. If human beings became stronger without enough stepping stones, how could they really grow? Therefore, even if a large part of the supreme-grade spirit stones were taken by marine creatures, it was actually improving the overall strength of the Yin Yang Heaven in a disguised way. Anyway, the moment Han Fei threw the treasures, the entire Yin Yang Heaven went crazy. In the Forest of Terror, the Venerables were speechless. Zi Luo exclaimed, 20 million supreme-grade spirit stones? Is the Human King crazy? Qianlong asked. With so many supreme-grade spirit stones, it should be enough to create a king, right? The Sea clan replied, "If he can pass the heavenly tribulation, it should be possible. Ziluo, are you sure?" Ziluo shook her head slightly. "I dare not." At this moment, when many people were looking around, trying to find the nearest supreme grade spirit stone, Han Fei said, "The second thing, the Yin Yang Heaven is about to welcome a second heavenly tribulation expert. His name is Tang Yen, and he will undergo the heavenly tribulation outside the Scattered Stars Island tomorrow. Everyone can come and watch the heavenly tribulation." "What? It's only been 10 years, and another expert is going to undergo the heavenly tribulation? Tang Yen? Who is Tang Yen?" "No matter who it is, we humans are now short of kings. As long as someone becomes a king, it's always a good thing. I wonder if he can survive the heavenly tribulation tomorrow. Last time, when a human king underwent the heavenly tribulation, the terrifying scene was really unimaginable." Someone said, "In fact, on the Shuamu heaven, it is said that 2 kings have succeeded in transcending the heavenly tribulation. Now, on the Shuamu heaven side, it is said that there are 3 kings. Our Yin Yang heaven currently only has 1 human king, which is obviously not enough. Now that the human king is going to the outer domain, we naturally need a king to continue to guard the Yin Yang heaven." This second thing also caused a heated discussion. However, everyone was basically scrambling and searching for top-grade spirit stones. After all, things like sea expansion and heavenly tribulation had nothing to do with most people. Most people just wanted to take a small step forward in their strength and then another small step forward. Most people couldn't even see the heavenly tribulation of a king. Han Fei just casually mentioned Tang Yan's heavenly tribulation. Han Fei believed that there was no possibility of Tang Yan failing. After all, he had experienced 2 king heavenly tribulations. This time, Han Fei would be watching. There was no way he would fail. In fact, the loss of soul connection with Tang Go actually had a great impact on Tang Yan, and Han Fei actually compensated Tang Yan. Of course, Han Fei didn't tell Tang Go about this. Of course, even if Tang Yan didn't fail, he would have no chance to reincarnate in the future. This time it should be his limit. However, this guy's combat power was not to be underestimated. A guy who could pass the heavenly tribulation under the eye of the Great Path 3 times in a row and almost succeeded. This kind of person couldn't be weak after becoming a king. Han Fei paused and continued. "The third thing, I will preach at the Empyrean Waterfall on the Scattered Stars Island in 3 days. All the peak-level explorers and above can participate in the selection. Only 10,000 people will be selected." Hiss, preach. Among some ordinary cultivators, someone sighed. "Unfortunately, only peak-level explorers can have a chance to listen to it." Someone said, "I'm afraid ordinary people can't understand a king's lecture." Someone said regretfully, "Even if we can understand it, we still want to go and listen." Especially on the Scattered Stars Island, someone grinned and said, "Who cares? Let's go and listen in groups. We can just sit far away. It doesn't matter whether we can understand it or not. What matters is that we can listen to the king's lecture." Someone echoed, "Yes, let's go together. But for now, let's go find ultra-quality spiritual stones." Although Han Fei's preaching also caused a stir, the most direct treasures like ultra-quality spiritual stones were everyone's first pursuit. On the sea at this moment, whether it was the ordinary fishery, the level 1 fishery, the level 2 fishery, the level 3 fishery, or outside the Scattered Stars Island, people were crazily forming groups. Because where the fish gathered, there must be ultra-quality spiritual stones. Perhaps an ultimate grade spirit stone was nothing, but it was something with 1,000,000 points of spiritual energy. After the popularization of information, most people had only heard of it, but had never seen it. However, the gathering of the fish also represented a crisis, an omen of danger. Han Fei didn't help people avoid this danger. Everyone had walked out of life and death battles. Although he wanted to lead the human race to become stronger, No one could become stronger without experiencing any battles and experiences. This time in the competition for resources and treasures, many people might die. However, many people would inevitably rise. Besides, this could stimulate people's blood. The top 10 treasures would probably be very popular for at least a few years. After the announcement of the three things, Han Fei's voice disappeared from the sky. At this moment, fishing boats were everywhere on the Scattered Stars Island, and Han Fei appeared in the 9-palace secret realm of the Level 3 fishery. In the past few years, Han Fei came almost every year. The Divine Sun had been moved away by Han Fei. At present, the Divine Sun was arranged to be outside the Scattered Stars Island, at the top of the Spiritual Plant Island. Han Fei had told the Heavenly Vine and the 9-headed snake grass to take good care of the Divine Sun. In the 9-palace secret realm, the water fairy had already eaten up this space. In the center of the lake, there was a green lotus blooming quietly, and on the green lotus a young girl was sitting cross-legged. The girl was wearing a green dress with shoulders as smooth as jade and a slim waist. Her neck was long and her white teeth were exposed. Realizing Han Fei's arrival, the girl directly opened her eyes and said, "Master, you're here?" Han Fei nodded slightly. I'm here today to let you out. Your strength has already reached the level of a peak-level hanging fisher. It's time to go out and gain experience." The girl suddenly jumped up and said in surprise, "Really? Can I really go out?" Han Fei smiled and said, "Of course. But remember, from the moment you go out, I won't care about you anymore. You must remember that you are a green lotus, and you have to walk a path that no one has ever walked before, and no one will follow. Don't be in a hurry to cultivate. Compared with comprehending the great Tao, cultivation is actually a very simple thing. Do you remember?" The girl obviously didn't understand much. She looked aggrieved. "Master, if I go out, you won't care about me anymore?" Han Fei said, "I also have to continue to pursue my own great Tao. There are legends about me in the outside world. When you go out, you will eventually know them. Okay." The girl suddenly said, "Master, what's your name? Otherwise, how can I know who you are?" Han Fei grinned. "My name is Han Fei." Chapter 1892. The next day, the Scattered Stars Island was crowded with people. Outside the Scattered Stars Island, strong masters gathered. This was the first time that Tang Yen really showed up in front of people. At this moment, he and Han Fei were standing on the back of the cloud whale. Tang Yen said, "My heavenly tribulation should be much worse than yours." "That's still a heavenly tribulation. Someone must guard the Yin-Yang heaven when I go to the chaotic ocean. I don't trust Chao Tianji." Tang Yen couldn't help but smile. "You think I can trust him? After all, you used to be the supreme commander of the Scattered Stars Island. Let's not talk about how he became the supreme commander. You used to be one, didn't you?" Tang Yen smiled slightly. "If you succeed in this tribulation, I will help you guard the Yin-Yang heaven. If the chaotic ocean is really as terrible as you say, you should leave some resources for Chao Tianji. After all, he is also a member of the Yin-Yang heaven. You can also take care of the purple radish in the Forest of Terror. At least, if the cage is broken, we should all have the same fate. I know what I'm doing. You'd better survive this tribulation first. By the way, your identity should be revealed. The power of faith will be of some help to the tribulation." Then Han Fei disappeared on the cloud whale. On the other side, where the masters were watching the battle, Han Fei looked at Shueishenqi and nodded slightly. Shueishenqi turned his hand and the sky-hanging mirror appeared. All of a sudden, the canopy in the sky bloomed. Everyone on the Scattered Stars Island immediately saw a middle-aged man standing on the cloud whale. Many people were surprised. "Huh, the cloud whale? Why is the cloud whale there? The cloud whale is not strong. Why doesn't it go away? Look, there's someone on the back of the cloud whale. Is it that Tang Yen? Who the hell is this person? Why does he take the cloud whale with him? Suddenly, the huge cloud whale turned into a ray of light and directly disappeared between Tang Yan's eyebrows. Seeing this scene, countless people on the Scattered Stars Island were shocked. Damn, the cloud whale turns out to be his spiritual beast? It turns out that this strong man is the master of the cloud whale? No wonder. Too many people have suspected the identity of the cloud whale. It was as if this was the only one in the world. I didn't expect it to be the spiritual beast of a quasi-monarch. So it's him. Everyone on the Scattered Stars Island knows about the cloud whale. It has also helped us a lot. I don't know how many people have come to the Scattered Stars Island. If it's this one, I'll bless him with all my heart. Tribulation is coming. After pondering for a moment, Tang Yen knew that it was time to start. Sooner or later, he would have to face this tribulation. He had already gone through 3 tribulations. If he still failed, then the heavens would punish him. Tang Yan's tribulation cloud was much smaller than Han Fei's, because the spiritual qi in the yin-yang sky was relatively thin. The coverage was less than 5,000 miles. However, Tang Yan's tribulation this time was different from Han Fei's. When Han Fei was going through the tribulation, the quality of the spiritual energy in the yin-yang heaven was far less than this. Therefore, the terrifying scene of the lightning tribulation covering a radius of 100,000 li from time to time could not be replicated. Boom, boom, boom! Tang Yan resisted the 3 lightning bolts in a row with his body alone. Someone exclaimed, "Is Tang Yan going to learn from the human king? Is he going to overcome the heavenly tribulation with his body?" Someone said, "Even if he does, the level of the heavenly tribulation is different." When the human king was going through the tribulation cloud spanned hundreds of thousands of kilometers, and the whole world was dark. Besides, the heavenly tribulation turned purple from the second one, and in the end it became a line between the sky and the earth. This is simply incomparable. Someone sneered. No matter how incomparable, it's still a king's tribulation. Do you think those who can pass the king's tribulation are simple? Boom, boom! During the 5th heavenly tribulation, Tang Yan began to use the resources he had accumulated. After thousands of years, Tang Yan had accumulated a lot of spiritual fruits and earth vein essence, and he hadn't used the remaining power of faith. He successfully passed through 5 or 6 heavenly tribulations. After the 7th heavenly tribulation, Tang Yan was badly mutilated, and his heavenly tribulation just showed signs of turning lavender. Tang Yan crushed a jade slip and saw a heavenly awakening divine technique descend. In an instant, the healing radiance healed the injuries on the surface of his body. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Tang Yan took out 999 stone pillars. This was the array he had prepared for himself. Boom! Under the 8th wave of the heavenly tribulation, the stone pillars formed a picture of 1,000 stars above his head. It looked like a group of twinkling stars. Many people were also surprised. However, the speed at which those stone pillars broke was also very fast. It took Tang Yan a lot of time and effort to build this peerless array. Under the 8th heavenly tribulation, only 3 pillars were left, and they were all covered with cracks. But at this moment, Tang Yan smiled, because the heavenly awakening divine technique had completely healed him. After the 8th heavenly tribulation, Tang Yan roared, and a huge bone whale appeared in the void. This was the corpse of the cloud whale that he suspected to be a king. When the 9th heavenly tribulation fell, the corpse of the cloud whale soared into the sky. Tang Yan held the sea-quelling bizarre saber and gathered power crazily. Seeing the corpse of the cloud whale being blasted into pieces, it had been more than 3 minutes, almost 4 minutes. Tang Yan's saber slashed at the lightning tribulation. Unfortunately, with a cracking sound, a crack appeared on Tang Yan's long saber. The power of the saber was completely blasted away. However, Under the attack of the lavender lightning tribulation, a coiling dragon array suddenly rose. This was the top defense array that Han Fei had set up. As long as Tang Yin didn't try to withstand all the heavenly tribulations with his body like Han Fei naturally had some means to help him. Anyway, at the moment when the coiling dragon array collapsed, although a trace of the heavenly tribulation fell on Tang Yin, apart from almost collapsing his body, it couldn't really kill him. In the sky, the tribulation clouds were slowly dispersing. Tang Yan's broken body was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. He had become a king. How could such a small injury be fatal? At this moment, Han Fei said, "Congratulations, Tang Yan, for successfully passing the king tribulation. Congratulations, the Yin-Yang heaven has welcomed a second king." As soon as Han Fei spoke, many people rushed to shout, "Congratulations, King Tang, for successfully passing the tribulation. Congratulations, the human race's second king. Congratulations, the Yin-Yang heaven had welcomed a second king." In fact, most people were just envious. However, at least this proved one thing. Now the Yin-Yang heaven could become a king. Countless people made up their minds to cultivate hard at this moment. Once they became a king, they would live for 10,000 years. They could roam freely in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. This was the greatest pursuit of a cultivator. At this moment, this road had been cleared. Who wouldn't be envious? Because they had been notified in advance, there were actually many people who came to watch the battle this time. The Life Queen Jing, Xiong Chao Shui, the 3 kings of the Shuemu heaven were also here at this moment. In fact, all the venerables of the Demon Beast Alliance, the Cloud Sea Divine Tree, and the Immortal City had already come. After all, it was definitely not a bad idea to watch the king tribulation. Who didn't want to become a king if they could become a venerable? When Xiong Chao Shui and Jing transcended their tribulations, Han Fei also helped, and Tang Yan and the others watched. Water Immortal said, "Congratulations, fellow Taoist Tang Yan. You've become a king." Xiong Chao Shui, "Fellow Taoist Tang Yan, your tribulation transcendence is much easier than mine." Jing, "Congratulations, fellow Taoist Tang Yan." Tang Yan had already stabilized his strength slightly. While feeling the changes in his body, he smiled at the crowd. "After all, I have accumulated for 1,000 years, so I have some capital." However, he still had to thank Han Fei. "The sea-quelling bazaar treasures and the coiling dragon array that you helped me build are indispensable." Xiong Chao Shui muttered, "I still think that Brother Niu is more intimate." Ma Yuhan said, "Golden Tiger, and I also want to transcend the tribulation." Right now, the power of the great Tao on Shuemu Tian's side was not enough. The Yin-Yang sky. Before Ma Yuhan finished speaking, Chao Tenji said, "Fellow Taoist Ma, our human race still lacks a king. I estimate that in another 3 years, I will also undergo the tribulation." Everyone sighed in their hearts. When it came to transcending the tribulation, who would be willing to give way? Zi Luo and Si Bamboo were also thinking that it might not be realistic to compete with Chao Tianji. However, if there was another opportunity, they would definitely announce it as soon as possible. When the cage released more spiritual energy, they might still have a chance. Han Fei said, "Don't worry, everyone. You have all been oppressed by the heavenly Tao here for too long. In fact, whether it is talent or ability, you are not weak. I estimate that the Yin-Yang sky can only support the birth of one more king within 10 years. However, within 10 years, the cage can't be broken." Mu Wuhua asked, "If you leave this place, will you trigger the cage?" Han Fei said, "I don't know. Of course, I won't trigger it if I can. However, whether I trigger it or not, I must go on this trip to the chaotic ocean. This is our only hope." Xiong Chao Shui nodded. "I agree with Han Fei. If there are really so many kings and emperors in the chaotic ocean, then even if we become kings, it won't be a big deal." Jinger suggested, "How about we all go?" Han Fei shook his head. No need. What can you do even if you go? It's impossible for you to become emperors in a short time. The day after tomorrow, I will preach and select some people to go out. My purpose of selecting people is that these people have the potential to grow quickly. Moreover, these people have to be prepared to die. I can't guarantee everyone's life. How many can rise after this time? I don't know myself. Tang Yen said, "Cultivation should be like this. Who wants to succeed but doesn't want to take risks?" The Life Queen said, "When you go out this time, you should try to find those missing immortal palaces. Only with enough allies can we establish a foothold in the outside world." Han Fei nodded slightly. "That's my plan too." Chapter 1893. On this day, strong masters gathered on the Scattered Stars Island. Within 100 kilometers of the Empyrean waterfall, no one was allowed to enter. The demonic plants of the Forest of Horrors, the ferocious beasts of the Demon Beast Alliance, the experts of the Immortal City, the Cloud Sea Divine Tree, and the Yin-Yang Heaven all came. There were a total of 542 Exalt Realm experts amongst the group that had come, and there were as many as 10,000 half-venerables. Han Fei didn't restrict other races from attending this sermon. People from the Demon Beast Alliance, the Immortal City, and the Forest of Horrors were also treated fairly. In fact, Han Fei only selected relatively stable people this time, and he didn't let many people who were about to make a breakthrough come. After all, his wealth was limited. If a super large-scale breakthrough happened, Han Fei wouldn't be able to afford the consumption of resources. This time, the resources that Han Fei got from the chaotic Azure Sea had almost been consumed. For this sermon, Han Fei and Xia Shaochan had taken out almost all of their wealth. For this, the hexagon starfish was so sad that he had to make a breakthrough quickly and try his best to devour these ultra-quality spiritual stones. At this moment, the Scattered Stars Island was surrounded by layers of guards. 100 kilometers away, although it was also surrounded by people, Han Fei couldn't help. At this moment, Han Fei was sitting cross-legged on the Empyrean waterfall. Below him, the closest ones were the Insect King, Golden Tiger, Ma Yuhan, Ziluo, Qianlong, Qinxiang, Qin Sanbai, Chao Tianji, and so on. Of course, everyone from the Thug Academy was the closest to Han Fei and sat behind him. They were less than a kilometer away from him. The closer they were to the periphery, the weaker they were. Han Fei said, everyone who is here today, take out all the spiritual energy, resources you have. If everything goes well, many people will become venerables or become half-venerables after my sermon. So, in order to make this place rich in spiritual energy, you better take out all your resources. Many people become venerables. Many people looked at each other in bewilderment. It was said that only those who had fought more and accumulated enough resources could make a breakthrough. They had never heard that one could make a breakthrough while listening to someone else's sermon. However, Han Fei, the human sovereign personage, was very famous. It was rumored to be miraculous. Xiong Chaoshui even said that Han Fei was the strongest king of the Waterwood Heaven and the Yin-Yang Heaven. Even if he, Jing, and Mu Wuhua joined forces, they would still not be a match for him. Of course, Xiong Chaoshui's words were only known by some people. Most people didn't know. The few people who knew about it were the supremacies who had just arrived. At this moment, as soon as Han Fei finished speaking, people like Golden Tiger had already taken out their resources. Jean, who said to Jiao Mengyue, "I asked Lao Xiong, and guess what? He said he didn't know how to preach at all, but Han Fei did. So, whoever hesitates now is a fool." Ziluo and the others were also transmitting their voices to each other. "Don't be stingy." This was an opportunity, so he had to take it all out. "If I can advance, the great Tao is within reach." Behind him, without Han Fei saying anything, Old Bai took out 1,000,000 ultra-quality spiritual stones from his treasury and spread them on the ground, not caring about other people's eyes at all. No matter what, Han Fei was from his family. There were only a few dozen seedlings in the Thug Academy. If he didn't use the resources now, when would he? Swish, swish, at this time, Nien, and Ishian arrived late. Ener said, "That's what you get for trying to touch a venerable in the cage. You almost made a big mistake." Nyener said, "But we made it. At least the 7 of us hunted a turtle at the beginner venerable level. Congratulations." Ishien asked, "Nyen, are you going to make a breakthrough this time?" Nyener said, and I have been holding back for a long time just to go out with you." Gucci said, "Okay, hurry up and take a seat. Senior brother is about to start." Swish, suddenly, 1,000 ultra-quality divine weapons floated above Han Fei's head. The brilliance of the ultra-quality divine weapons rose slowly from the Empyrean waterfall, not avoiding everyone's eyes. Wow, am I seeing this right? Are they all ultra-quality divine weapons? Oh my God, the human king is really generous. Is he going to give out ultra-quality divine weapons? Give out ultra-quality divine weapons? How can you think of that? There are only 1,000 ultra-quality divine weapons. Do you think you can get them? That's true. There are a total of 542 venerable powerhouses here today. Even if we want to give them out, we should give them to these people first. Han Fei said leisurely, "Today, I promise that whether it is the Yin-Yang Heaven, the Waterwood Heaven, the Forest of Horrors, or the Demon Beast Alliance, anyone who reaches the venerable level will be given an ultra-quality divine weapon for free." Gulp! My guess is indeed correct. That is to say, all venerable powerhouses will receive an ultra-quality divine weapon for free. I just want to know what to do with the rest of the ultra-quality divine weapons. Han Fei immediately said, "There are 1,000 ultra-quality divine weapons here. Even if each venerable has one, there are still 458 left. I will give these ultra-quality divine weapons to General Shueshenqi, the commander of the Scattered Stars Island. In the future, if someone becomes a venerable first in the ordinary Waterwood Heaven and the Yin-Yang Heaven, they can come to get an ultra-quality divine weapon." Outside the venue, there was an uproar. An ultra-quality divine weapon for free? Only the human king can be so extravagant. No, I'm also an advanced explorer now. Why can't I have a try? More than 400? Doesn't it mean that all explorers have a high chance of reaching the explorer realm? Someone wondered, isn't it a bit unfair, His Majesty? Why can only peak-level explorers really listen to the sermon? We can only watch from the sidelines. Someone sneered. Do you know how many powerhouses below the peak-level explorer realm are there? The Demon Beast Alliance, the Immortal City, the Forest of Horrors, and millions of explorers. If all of them come, even if the probability is only 1 in 10,000, how many resources do you think His Majesty will provide for them to make a breakthrough? Someone echoed, "That's right. It's really easy to talk. His Majesty is willing to give everything away. If he can really make millions of explorers reach the venerable level, do you think he will be stingy? It's because the conditions don't allow it, okay?" Those ultra-quality divine weapons were all inserted on the cliff of the Empyrean waterfall. Han Fei said, "In 10 minutes the sermon will begin. Everyone, hold your breath and listen carefully." In the distance, Tang Yen, Xiong Chao Shuai, Jing and Water Deity were all here. Although they were kings, they also wanted to hear Han Fei's so-called sermon. What kind of sermon was it? If the sermon was useful, wouldn't it be better for them to learn from him in the future? 10 minutes later, the audience fell silent. Han Fei said, "What is the Great Way? What is the Great Way? Is the Great Way determine the Great Way? Or is the Great Way leading to the Great Way? We have to start with the disassembly of spiritual energy." When Han Fei talked about the disassembly of spiritual energy, a hypnotic voice seemed to come. Even the half-king realm experts felt that their eyes were blurred and their ears were buzzing. They couldn't hear anything. Not only that, but even the Life Queen and the others also revealed astonished expressions. Jing couldn't help but exclaim, "Your Majesty, can you hear what he said? Why is there a buzzing in my ears?" The Life Queen shook her head slightly. I can't hear it clearly. It's vaguely related to the disassembly of spiritual energy. Tang Yin nodded. I feel it too. This should be because of his profound understanding of the Great Way. Although this Great Way can be taught in words, it's extremely difficult to understand it. Xiong Chaoshui let out a long breath. I thought I was the only one who couldn't hear it clearly. It turns out that you didn't hear it clearly? However, Han Fei's understanding of the Great Way is definitely stronger than ours. Back then, we also saw the scene when he transcended the tribulation. Not to mention anything else, I would have been struck to death by his heavenly tribulation in less than 5 strikes. Jing nodded. That seems to make sense. I don't even know how he made it through it. The Life Queen said, "Stop talking nonsense. I feel that my Tao has been touched. The Great Way that Han Fei preaches should be of great benefit to us. Listen carefully." Originally, the Life Queen and the others just came to learn how to preach, but it turned out that they were listening to a lecture. The Life Queen couldn't help but be speechless. Now Han Fei was more like her senior brother. After the first hour of Han Fei's sermon, in the crowd, a beginner venerable began to break through. However, that beginner venerable seemed to be breaking through unconsciously. His body's instincts were guiding him to absorb his own resources. After another half an hour, a person broke through to the venerable realm, and a spiritual energy storm swept over. 100 kilometers away, many people heard it. Those who were close seemed to be able to hear it. However, when the sound fell into their ears, no matter how hard they tried to listen, they couldn't hear it clearly. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Look, a spiritual energy storm is forming. Someone has broken through." Wow, so fast? Did he break through just like that? Is this the sermon of a king? No, this is the sermon of a human king. From the beginning of the second spiritual energy storm, almost every hour and a half, someone would break through. 2 hours later, the total number of people who had broken through had reached 69. Half a day later, the total number of people who had broken through had reached 83. Han Fei roughly understood that some people should have been in place, so they directly broke through after comprehending a little. Most of these people made breakthroughs within 2 hours. The frequency of breakthroughs later became lower and lower, until a day later, a total of 101 people broke through and joined the Venerable Realm. Among them, 66 people were originally Venerables. Their breakthroughs were only small breakthroughs, and the remaining 35 people directly broke through from the Demi-Venerable Realm to the Venerable Realm. As for the breakthroughs at smaller levels, Han Fei didn't count them. There were about 500 people. Seeing this number, Han Fei sighed slightly in his heart. Only the first time would be very effective when preaching. From the second time onward, the effect was very slow. In the past 10 years in his origin sea, he had preached to Xia Shaochan, Master Hexagon, and Zhang Xuanyu countless times. He preached tirelessly and forced all of them to have a spiritual energy decomposition rate of more than 90%. Xia Shaochan and Hexagon Starfish even reached as high as 98%. However, even so, there was still one last point that he hadn't completely comprehended. Han Fei realized that, after all, his understanding was not enough. If he had the level of eldest senior brother, he might only need one time to explain it to them. Han Fei said, "You still need to work hard for this sermon. First, asking for votes." End of this chapter. Chapter 1894. Han Fei's sermon shocked countless experts of the Yin-Yang heaven and the Waterwood heaven. After just one lecture, more than 600 people had made breakthroughs of varying degrees. The most terrifying thing was that in one lecture, 35 Venerables were born. Not to mention anything else, these 35 Venerables' admiration for Han Fei could be described as fanatical. One of them even almost cried with joy. "I've cultivated hard for 800 years, but I failed to comprehend the last threshold. But in the lecture, my mind was clear, and I naturally made a breakthrough. The sovereign personage is my master for a lifetime. Most people's breakthroughs were between peak-level explorers and half-level venerables. These people were shocked. It was as if they had just taken a nap. But when they woke up, they were already half-level venerables. How could there be such a good thing in this world? If possible, they really hoped that Han Fei would give another sermon. Unfortunately, Han Fei left directly, which made many people sigh. Everyone knew that Han Fei was going out to find a way to survive for the human race. Everyone's heart was heavy, although they all hoped that Han Fei would stay in the Yin Yang Heaven and give lectures when he was free. However, they knew that Han Fei had more important things to do, so no one asked him to stay. The students of the Thug Academy, the Life Queen, and the others came one after another. Han Fei certainly knew their intentions. So, before they spoke, Han Fei said, "It's not that I don't want to teach you, but that I can't. The rules of the heavenly Tao restrict me. Some things can only be understood, not taught." Xiong Chaoshui heaved a long sigh. "I knew it. There must be a reason why we can't understand. If it's the rules of the heavenly Tao, then there's nothing we can do." Jing'er asked, "Why do the rules of the heavenly Tao restrict everything?" Han Fei was amused. "It's not that they don't care about everything. But if this kind of thing can be taught directly, how can there be weak people in this world? If it can be taught, then wouldn't there be a lot of strong people everywhere?" Tang Yan nodded slightly. "That makes sense. Some things can only be obtained in the dark. However, we want to know if this has anything to do with the disintegration rate of spiritual energy." Seeing Han Fei nod slightly, they all looked enlightened. Although they didn't understand, they vaguely had a feeling that it seemed to have something to do with the disintegration rate of spiritual energy. At this moment, Luo Xiaobai came from the backyard of the Thug Academy. Seeing the kings, she bowed slightly. Luo Xiaobai didn't speak either, but her meaning was obvious. "We have something to discuss." Tang Yen said, "I'm leaving. I'll keep an eye on Yin Yang Heaven while you're gone." Han Fei threw a sun-moon shell to Tang Yen and said, "If Chao Tianji wants to make a breakthrough, this is the only thing I can give him now. Most of my resources have already been used up." The corner of Tang Yan's mouth twitched. "I thought you'd run out of energy long ago," Xiong Chaoshui chuckled. "Brother Han, I'll be going back first. I'll be waiting for you." "Wait a minute. Old Bear, I want a few people from you. I'm going to take them out." Xiong Chaoshui was shocked. "Who is it? I'll go get them now." Han Fei waved his hand with a smile and pointed at Xiong Chaoshui. Han Fei said, "Although many people have guessed it, try to keep a low profile." Xiong Chaoshui, "Understood. Don't worry. I'm leaving." After Tang Yan and Xiong Chaoshui left, Han Fei saw that the Life Queen was still there, so he said with a smile, "Junior sister, what's the matter?" The Life Queen said lightly, "What do you think, senior brother?" Jing'er looked at the Life Queen and then at Han Fei, thinking, when did Her Majesty and Han Fei become senior brother and junior sister? Even Luo Xiaobai was a little puzzled by this question. However, neither of them seemed to be prepared to explain. Han Fei said, "Teacher is here. If you pay attention, it shouldn't be difficult to find her. In the next few years, with her strength, it should be easy for her to rise. Just wait." The Life Queen raised her eyebrows. "You're not going to take her out of Yin Yang Heaven?" Han Fei smiled slightly and said, "She still needs time to grow and accumulate, and I will definitely come back. If I don't come back in 22 to 30 years, it will very likely mean that I have died." The Life Queen and Jing'er's expressions changed slightly. "What do you mean? Why 22 to 30 years? Han Fei shrugged. "It's hard for me to explain. I probably need to go through a dangerous adventure. If something goes wrong in the cage before 22 years, then I will definitely come back." The Life Queen was shocked. With Han Fei's current strength, he said that it was a dangerous adventure. Then how dangerous would this so-called adventure be? After hearing the news that the water fairy had been born, The Life Queen was slightly relieved and then said, "In that case, Jinger and I will leave first." Jinger said, "Han Fei, survive." Han Fei smiled and said, "I will. By the way, remember to send people here." As he spoke, Han Fei selected a few people for Jinger and the Life Queen. After sending these people away, Luo Xiaobai looked at Han Fei in surprise. "A dangerous adventure." Han Fei said, "I'll tell you about this when you become half a king." Luo Xiaobai frowned. "Must I be half a king?" Han Fei said yes. Luo Xiaobai nodded slightly. She probably understood the degree of danger involved. According to the time Han Fei just said, she roughly knew that this adventure would take place in 22 years. Luo Xiaobai said, "I came to you for something else. Xiaochan said that when you came back, you were attacked by a strong master. How strong is the master? Since they know the location of the Yin-Yang Heaven, will they be waiting outside to attack you?" Han Fei said, "I can't rule out this possibility, but my current strength is not comparable to that of the past. If an ordinary king dares to attack me again, they will pay a corresponding price." Luo Xiaobai asked, "What if it's not an ordinary king?" Han Fei pondered and said, "At least I can escape safely." Han Fei's heart did a flip. If it was not a king but an emperor, this would indeed be a problem. However, Han Fei thought, emperors shouldn't be so free. Would an emperor stay in the savage abyss and wait for a half-king? Besides, even if they could predict that he would come back to transcend the tribulation and become a king, they wouldn't know his specific strength after becoming a king, would they? At least, even he wouldn't believe that a king who had just become a king could be compared with those old kings. Of course, even if Han Fei confirmed what he said, he also knew that Luo Xiaobai's reminder was right. In any case, he had to leave a way out for himself. Han Fei said, "When the time comes, if there is really a danger that I can't resist, I can return to the Yin-Yang Heaven. I have a divine power. Even if the creator of the heaven comes in person, he can't kill me." Luo Xiaobai nodded slightly. "That's good. Maybe you can understand it in a different way. At your current level, you are more important than the entire Yin-Yang Heaven and the Waterwood Heaven, and more important than the Thug Academy. If it is necessary, you can't die even if you have to give up." Han Fei grinned and couldn't help but tease her. "Marshal Luo, if your words are known by those who worship you on the Scattered Stars Island, what will they think?" Luo Xiaobai smiled slightly. "They won't know." After a moment, Xia Xiaochan returned with a total of 9 people. When these people saw Han Fei, they all cupped their fists. "Greetings, human king." Han Fei nodded slightly. "Yes, you should know why I asked you to come this time. The outside world is extremely dangerous. If you go out with my identity, you will most likely die. Are you willing to go with me?" Among these people, the only one Han Fei knew was Chen Xiang. She took the lead and said, "Even Human King has to leave this world to save the human race. We are not afraid of death." The others also echoed, "Yes, so what if there is a slim chance of survival?" "We swear to follow Human King to the death." Han Fei nodded slightly. "Okay, then you can wait here for a while. When everyone is here, we'll set off." In the backyard, Old Bai and Old Jiang were admonishing Wang Dashuai and the others. Old Bai said, "Now, your strength is not very strong. However, this is not a problem of your talent. But every time there is a heavenly talent, there will be a rising dragon. You're still not close to Han Fei. This time you're the weakest batch. You must be careful in the outside world. You can't relax just because you are one of us." Old Jiang said, "But don't be afraid of trouble, Han Fei. Let me tell you, you are from the Pure Yang sect, so you will have special treatment." Chu Linyuan said, "Principles I know, okay? How many times have I told you?" Old Bai said, "You have to listen to me. The outside world is dangerous. I don't think I need to tell you. Do you really think it will be as simple as Han Fei said? Nonsense. He must have narrowly escaped with his life. It's just that he says it's easy. In the distance, Xia Shaochan chuckled. See, Principal knows you very well. Han Fei smiled and said, Fine, but Principal is right. As a member of the Pure Yang sect, you will indeed have special treatment. On the other side, Yixian cried and shouted, Principal, we want to go too. Principal, I can't not see my husband. I will die. Su Daiji said, Principal, I will go too. Zhang Xuanyu said with a black face, Shut up. Do you think you can go to such a place? Old Bai scolded, Just stay here. What else can you do except cause trouble for your senior brother when you go out? At this time, Han Fei's voice came leisurely. Hey, Principal, go if you want to. The few of them were not weak. They were all explorers. I will make them regret going to the chaotic sea. However, Old Bai frowned and said to Han Fei via voice transmission, These guys are the seedlings of our academy. Han Fei responded, Don't worry, we still have people outside. If we can't do it, I have someone else to ask. Old Bai wondered, Someone else? Who is it? Han Fei replied, The Lunar Academy. Second update. Asking for votes. End of this chapter. Chapter 1895. About 2 hours later, Xiong Chaoshui, Jing and Zi Luo personally led a small group of people to the Thug Academy. There were not many people who were selected by Han Fei, only 32 in total. In addition to Han Fei's team, Zhang Xuanyu's team, Yixian's team, Wang Dashuai's team, Chu Jinan and Ling Yuan's team, the number had reached 50. Among them, Jiao Mengyue from the Demon Beast Alliance, Qin Xiang from the Human Race's Undying City, Void Vine from the Terra Forest, Insect King, and Green Bat from the Waterwood Sky. At this moment, everyone gathered at the Thug Academy. Now, you still have a chance to leave. Once we reach the chaotic, vast sea, there will be no turning back. Jiao Mengyue said, I've stayed in the cage long enough. If I don't become a king, I won't return. Mountain Cat Feigning said, Since I came, I never thought I could come back alive. Although the Void Vine was a little evasive, Han Fei didn't ask for its opinion. Needless to say, the usefulness of the Void Vine was not small. This fellow was proficient in the spatial Grandao, so he was the most suitable for scouting and tracking. As for the Insect King and the others, they were all his old friends. Han Fei nodded slightly, and the illusion of mountains and rivers appeared around him. Han Fei said, Open your mind and enter my sea-quelling painting. After Xia Shaochan and Yin entered the array, Han Fei turned around and cupped his hands at Old Bai and Old Jiang. President, I'm leaving. Old Jiang snorted. You've already become a king. It'll be a great loss if you die outside. Han Fei grinned. Rest assured, the person who can take me in hasn't been born yet. After Han Fei left, Old Jiang immediately said, Old Bai, what did this brat say to you just now? Why did you agree so quickly? The white-haired old man said lightly he found Lunar Academy. Hengduan Mountain Range Han Fei came back here again and jumped down without hesitation. Unlike when he was attacked by the kings when he came back, Han Fei had really been cultivating hard in the past 10 years. He wasn't cultivating the stainless, profound body, but rather the void flame refining technique. In addition to his own cultivation, Han Fei was also domesticating mantis shrimp and the others. This was also the fundamental reason why Han Fei was willing to hibernate in the yin-yang heaven for decades. That was because his growth was simply too fast, while Little Black, Little White, and the others were simply too weak. Over the years, Han Fei saw that they had all become venerables, and the King Sparrow had reached the terrifying level of an advanced venerable. If they didn't leave now, they wouldn't have much room to grow in the yin-yang sky. The one with the lowest level was Little Fatty. It had reached level 81 and wasn't considered a novice anymore. It was time to go out. Half a day later, it was still the yin-yang millstone. At this moment, the yin-yang millstone was still absorbing endless energy and spirit qi from the outside world. Han Fei felt that he was being pulled by a huge force. He immediately cast the Gemini Divine incantation. When he rushed out of the center of the millstone, he was ready. This time he clearly felt that, apart from the yin-yang heaven where he was, there were a total of 3 entrances. Among them, there was an entrance that was very mediocre, so mediocre that Han Fei almost didn't think it was a path. Han Fei roughly guessed that that path should be the so-called normal savage abyss. Ignoring these paths, Han Fei pointed with the nautical panorama in his hand. The corners of Han Fei's mouth curled up slightly, and he said in a voice that only he could hear, "I hope the strength of the hunter can be stronger, so that I can know how strong I am." The savage abyss. Since the Battle of the Emperors broke out 10 years ago, this place had become a forbidden area for cultivation. The berserk power of the Emperor caused this desolate place to become even more chaotic. A large amount of mysterious power of the Great Way was dissipating here. Even though the war had long been over, there were still some forces in the void that were colliding with each other. The impact of any invisible Taoist aura was not something that ordinary venerables could resist. However, even in such a desperate place, there were still people sitting cross-legged in this vortex wave, cultivating. One of them said, "Yu Meng, didn't you say that the emperors will be rotated every 10 years? Why hasn't our emperors come yet?" In the water mist, a leisurely voice rang out, "They should be here soon. I just don't know who will come. Anyway, the Avalon of 5 elements doesn't have to come anymore. When the Imperial Palace opens, even if Han Fei comes out, he won't be able to do anything." That's true. At least, it's impossible for the yin-yang sky to explore the Imperial Palace. If they can't explore the Imperial Palace, no matter how talented Han Fei is, even if he can become a king, it's useless without a great opportunity. I'm afraid that the opportunities in the yin-yang sky have already been destroyed by him. Bam! Suddenly, the 2 of them looked at the abyss. The void shook and a massive amount of energy was sucked into the abyss in an instant. Yu Meng suddenly shouted, "Gong Zhan!" The 2 of them appeared in the depths of the vortex with a swish, and standing in front of them was a familiar face that was devouring a massive amount of energy. Gong Zhan and Yu Meng were both shocked. Han Fei became a king? Both of them were appalled. It had only been 10 years, and this kid had become a king? Moreover, judging from the aura on this kid's body, he seemed to be quite strong. He was even stronger than they were when they were at the sea expansion realm. The 2 of them looked at each other and attacked almost at the same time without any delay. Behind Gong Zhan, the 5-colored light all swooshed towards Han Fei. 5 elements, death-seeking. Han Fei, you shouldn't have come back. You're alone. How can you resist all the kings? Since you've come to us, go to hell. Yu Meng's body directly disappeared from this world, and an invisible mist suddenly descended from the sky. However, Han Fei grinned and said lazily, as if he felt sorry, "Don't tell me that there are only 2 of you here? Humph, go to hell." The 5 elements, death-seeking alls, were about to penetrate Han Fei in the blink of an eye. Han Fei stretched out 2 fingers, and the Tao Convergence sword burst out. Clang, 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 clang. None of the 5 light alls could shake the great Tao Coalescent sword. At most, it consumed half of the power here. Gong Zhan was shocked. This guy doesn't look so strong. How was it that a casual move was able to break one of his great techniques? With a thought from Gong Zhan, the 5 light alls returned and combined into one, turning into a long sword, trying to compete with the Tao Convergent sword. Seeing this scene, Han Fei didn't seem to care. Instead, Han Fei looked at the mist. In Han Fei's eyes, a new scene was created. This scene was the scene of his heavenly tribulation. Everything seemed real. Han Fei even saw that his body was full of cracks, panting, and his resources had been exhausted. Han Fei's face was solemn. When he saw a heavenly tribulation coming, he grinned. Gotcha! At the moment Yu Meng attacked, an invisible black shadow quietly appeared behind her. When Yu Meng saw the disdainful smile on Han Fei's lips, She couldn't help but be shocked. She didn't even have time to inform Gongjan. She immediately roared and pulled out a person from the void. Han Fei took a closer look. Isn't that me? What's Yu Meng's ability? The old turtle said, That's your dream shadow, which has the power of your attack. This is their way of doing things. Just now you were still caught by her. Han Fei's heart did a flip, and he saw his black, mist body launch another Dao Convergence sword. That Meng Ying actually performed the exact same Dao Coalescence sword. In an instant, a terrifying explosion was set off around Yu Meng. She was directly sent flying for thousands of kilometers. However, because this kind of power didn't fall on Yu Meng, it couldn't really hurt her. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yu Meng shouted, Gongjan, he's just a clone! Gongjan had just resisted Han Fei's sword, and his hands were numbed from the shock. At this moment, hearing Yu Meng's shout, he was shocked. A clone? At this time, Gongjan had no time to be shocked. If a clone was so strong, then how strong would Han Fei be after he fused with it? He couldn't even understand. It had only been 10 years. Even if Han Fei was more talented than ordinary kings, a clone shouldn't be so powerful, right? During the fight with the two, Han Fei had already tested it with the 9-palace ruler of Providence. The result of the test showed that it was a bad hexagram. This result made Han Fei fearless. That was why he dared to release the black, mist body at the first moment. The only disadvantage of the Gemini divine technique was that the combat power of the Gemini was greatly weakened compared to the combat power of the real body. At this moment, the power of each Gemini was only about 80,000 waves. And Gongjan and Yu Meng were actually not weak. The Avalon of 5 elements was good at fighting, so Gongjan's basic strength was higher than that of his clone. Although Yu Meng practiced the Tao of entering dreams, her dream-weaving heaven was an inner domain immortal palace, and its strength was stronger than that of the outer domain. Even so, Han Fei didn't panic. He was only halfway there. However, this was just a probing attack. Who would take it seriously? Han Fei said, 5 elements, dream-weaving heaven, right? Do you know what will happen to you if you oppose me? Yu Meng shouted in a low voice, Go! However, Han Fei sneered, Go? Do you think I'm giving you face? Suddenly, Gongjan and Yu Meng felt that Han Fei's momentum was soaring crazily. Yes, they could still resist Han Fei's attack, just now. But now, the terrifying momentum that Han Fei emitted reminded them of the supermasters from the previous few immortal palaces. 5 elements, heavenly pillar. 3 lives, reincarnation. The two of them knew that if they ran at this moment, they would be in a very passive position. They needed to buy some time for themselves to escape. However, on Yu Meng's side, a flash of knife light shone between heaven and earth. Han Fei said leisurely, Those who offend me, Han Fei shall be killed. 3rd update. Please vote for me. This time, I'm going to make trouble. End of this chapter. Chapter 1896. Han Fei didn't plan to end things peacefully with the families of the 36 Xiantian realms this time. Han Fei didn't care about the 100 Demons clan, the Seabed human clan, or the Mermaid royal family. The human race was fragmented, and each family ruled a region. The human race was divided into internal and external forces, which only showed that they were not united. In this case, he might as well start over. Han Fei might find it troublesome to build a place. However, overthrowing a force was Han Fei's forte. Yu Meng could summon one of Han Fei's shadows. However, she couldn't summon 8 or 10 of them. Seeing Han Fei's soaring momentum, Yu Meng didn't dare to hide anything anymore. Black mist shrouded her, essence blood burned, and a huge sea cuttlefish melted into her body. She suddenly waved a big pen in her hand. Han Fei seemed to see memory fragments turning into shield shadows to block him. He had to admit that few of the sea expansion realm experts in the chaotic ocean didn't have no trump cards. Yu Meng's strength was certainly not weak. Her strength was even stronger than Feng Xinlan, whom he had fought against previously. Now, she released all her strength. Although Han Fei wasn't afraid of her, he couldn't kill her with just a clone. Tisk TSK. Since you still want to fight, I'll let you know why you're going to die. Twin in one. The white mist on Gong Zhan's side disappeared in an instant, and on Yu Meng's side, Han Fei appeared, and his momentum was completely different from before. Han Fei stretched out his 2 fingers again. This time, the Tao Convergence sword burst out, and Yu Meng couldn't resist it. BM, however, Yu Meng's body directly exploded into pieces. Han Fei could feel that there were souls, essence blood, and broken flesh trying to be reborn. But these rebirths were just a cover. Outside of these, Han Fei sensed a mist, which seemed to be wrapped in a strange power, quietly leaving. However, since Han Fei had already made a move, how could he let Yu Meng run away? At the sea expansion realm, Han Fei stepped in the air, and ripples rolled and swept for thousands of kilometers. All the forces that were about to be reborn were trampled into pieces by Han Fei in an instant. Han Fei, on the other hand, condensed a giant hand and pinched the mist. Just as it was about to be crushed, a voice shouted in horror, Han Fei, there's no need to fight to the death. The Dream Weaver Heaven can stand on the Yin-Yang Heaven side. Han Fei sneered. Do I need you to pick a side for me? Die. Rumble, in the blink of an eye, blood streaked across the sky. A king of a generation was killed on the spot in just a few minutes after facing Han Fei. Because Han Fei had just come to kill Yu Meng, Gong Zhan still escaped. However, Han Fei didn't care. It was just Gong Zhan. The monk could run, but the temple could not. If he wanted to kill this person, no one could save him. After strangling Yu Meng, Han Fei grabbed the Voyager King's myriad manifestations instrument and spun it rapidly. Then, Han Fei clawed at the void, broke through the void, and directly drilled into a misty sea of origin. In the origin sea, even if a strong master died, there was a great chance that he wouldn't be discovered. At some point in the future, it would reappear in a certain way. However, Han Fei was not an ordinary person. With the Voyager King's myriad manifestations instrument in hand, how could he let go of Yu Meng's origin sea? In this mist, Han Fei glanced around and found that the size of this origin sea was much smaller than he imagined. Han Fei thought that Yu Meng's origin sea would be at least thousands of kilometers long. However, it turned out that it was only more than 1,800 kilometers long. Moreover, it was irregular. For example, because his origin sea had been fused with Forge the Universe, it was now a circular area with a diameter of 12,000 kilometers. Compared with Yu Meng's, it was much larger. In addition, Han Fei had only seen the origin seas of the water deity and the divine prince. But even the water deity's origin sea was more than 3,000 kilometers long. How could Yu Meng's origin sea compare? Han Fei thought to himself, it seems that I overthought. It turns out that the origin sea of an ordinary king is really not very large. The old turtle couldn't help but be speechless. Of course, the origin sea is large either for special reasons, or because it has been cultivating for a long time and has been constantly fusing chaotic energy into it. Suddenly, Han Fei raised his head and saw a small vine extending into the space. Immediately afterward, a second, a third, and a fourth vine appeared. Who could it be if not the demon purification pot? Wow, the demon purification pot even eats other people's origin sea? Han Fei shrugged slightly. The chaotic energy entering the origin sea wouldn't decrease. It was just a kind of power that supported the origin sea itself. In the origin sea, the more chaotic energy was fused into it, the more lively the origin sea would be, like a natural world. When Han Fei was going through the tribulation, more than 5,000 wisps of chaotic energy were pressed into it. By logic, it was impossible for more than 5,000 wisps of chaotic energy to open up an origin sea with a radius of 6,000 kilometers. However, when the demon purification pot fused in, it immediately made the origin see different. This time, the demon purification pot swallowed the chaotic energy like a whale, and Han Fei himself was dumbfounded. It seemed that the demon purification pot was eating the chaotic energy in other people's origin sea. It should be noted that the demon purification pot could stabilize the origin sea. In addition, a perfect origin sea could breed and store the power of the Great Path. Now, as the demon purification pot swallowed, Han Fei saw that the range of the origin sea began to shrink and the mist became thicker. Han Fei scanned with his perception and caught a lot of treasures, including dozens of sun-moon shells. In the outside world, Gong Zhan was so scared that his face turned pale and his soul shivered. Wasn't Han Fei's growth a bit too abnormal? Yu Meng, dream-weaving sky, a powerhouse second only to Sha Jiming, died just like that. He didn't expect this at all. Gong Zhan even knew very well why Han Fei killed Yu Meng first, because Yu Meng was more difficult to deal with. Besides, Dream-Weaving Sky was an inner domain immortal palace, which was beyond the reach of the barbaric abyss. However, he was different. The Avalon of 5 elements was in the outer domain. If he and Yu Meng exchanged identities, he might be the one who died today. No, I can't stay in the Avalon of 5 elements. At the same time, Hubili of the Golden Crow Heaven and Hong Yu of the Wild Corpse Heaven were on their way. It was tens of millions of miles away from here. However, when the weather changed, they were the 2 kings closest to the savage abyss. Therefore, they were shocked to discover that a king had fallen. Hubili immediately shouted, "A king has fallen. What happened? Who died?" Hong Yu, something's not right. Yu Meng and Gong Zhan were guarding the barbaric abyss. If Martial Emperor City did not come, the 10 great pirate groups would not dare to come and get involved, either. After all, robbing 2 kings was no easy task. Furthermore, kings had sorceries, who would hang a sun-moon shell on them for no reason and let others rob them. So, I'm afraid something happened to them. Hubili, that shouldn't be the case. Only 10 years have passed. Let me go and take a look. I would like to see if the desolate abyss can overturn the heavens. Hong Yu said, "Brother Hua, I think it'll be better if we call a few more people." Hubili shook his head. "There's no need. If something really happened to them, whether it's Yu Meng or Gong Zhan, only one of them is in trouble. This means that the other party does not have the ability to kill sea expansion realm cultivators continuously. Although I'm not one of the top 10 sea expansion realm cultivators in the chaotic ocean, Yu Meng and Gong Zhan are no match for me. Let's go and take a look." Hong Yu cursed in his heart. "What a stubborn bastard. You're strong enough, but I'm not strong enough. Don't drag me with you if you dare." Unfortunately, the Wild Corpse Heaven was just a foreign immortal palace. Hong Yu didn't dare to offend Hubili, so he could only go with him. On the other side, Gong Zhan was fleeing, fearing that Han Fei would catch up with him. He fully activated the 5 elements escape technique, wishing that he could have a new pair of wings. Gong Zhan thought to himself, Yu Meng has fallen. The weather will definitely shake the chaotic ocean in a very short time. When I go back, I'll immediately tell the Grand Pure and the Wuji what happened. Now Han Fei was no longer someone that 2 kings could easily deal with. At the periphery of the savage abyss, after Han Fei broke the array 10 years ago, people had been stationed here all year round. The venerables of the major immortal palaces were cultivating while paying attention to the situation in the savage abyss. Suddenly, a crack appeared in the heavenly way, and people from the major forces were in an uproar. "Hurry up! Retreat to the route. A king has fallen." Retreat, venerables, and kings were 2 different concepts, after all. Wang Yin had appeared without any warning. Who would dare to be negligent in this world? At the moment when these people hurriedly fled to the route, in a certain route, they saw a big ship quietly floating on the sea. A total of 49 people appeared with the big ship. Luo Xiaobai asked, "Are we out?" Zhang Xuanyu exclaimed. Wow, the spiritual energy here is so rich, and the energy is more violent. This place is somewhat similar to the cage, but it's milder than the cage. However, it's a little gentler than the cage. It's simply too suitable for cultivation. Who? Lu Rinquang opened his mouth and took a long breath of relief. I'm sure that this is the chaotic azure sea. At this moment, Yixian and the others curiously crouched around the big ship. The Worm King glanced at the skull flag on the hull. Thinking about something, Chu Linyuan and Mu Qingchuan couldn't hide their excitement. It turns out that this is the chaotic ocean. At this time, Han Fei shouted, "Don't be surprised. You have indeed left the cage we lived in. At this moment, we are on a different route. You just need to remember that in the chaotic ocean, once you leave the route, it is extremely easy to get lost. Therefore, even if you fight, you must not deviate too far from the route. Today is the first day we came out. Let me tell you the basic situation of the chaotic ocean. First of all, our fleet is called the Avengers." Han Fei's random explanation, such as the 36 mysterious heavens, the 100 demon clan, the sea humans, the mermaid royal family, and the martial emperor city, stunned them. Jiao Mengyue said, "Human king, then what should we do?" "First of all, don't call me human king, call me captain. Secondly, you just came out. What do you lack the most?" This time, Lu Rinquang immediately shouted, "We lack resources." Han Fei grinned. "Look, what should you do? You should grab resources. Wait on this route and wait for resources to come to you." What Han Fei didn't know was that in order to give everyone this moment, he happened to miss Hubiuli and Hongyu. Chapter 1897. Waiting for resources to be delivered to us. Many people looked at each other in bewilderment. They had just arrived in the chaotic ocean, and resources were already delivered to them. Xia Shaochan immediately noticed that something was wrong. The sky was crimson, and the surrounding spiritual energy was extremely dense. The Tao in the world seemed to be abundant too. Xia Shaochan couldn't help but ask, "Did you do anything in the past day?" Luo Xiaobai was also puzzled. "Since I'm a pirate, I naturally have to search for prey. Now, why are you waiting here?" Han Fei didn't keep it a secret. He said nothing. "Just now, I killed a king who hunted us. Another king had escaped. Since I don't have time to kill that king in a short time, I'll deal with his fleet first." Xia Shaochan, Luo Xiaobai, everyone. Han Fei didn't speak telepathically. He just spoke bluntly. What the hell did he mean by killing a king? One of them escaped? Now, he couldn't kill a king, so he killed his subordinates? On the Demon Beast Alliance's side, all the beasts were shocked. Was Han Fei so reckless? He just said he wanted to kill a king, and that was it? Xia Shaochan narrowed her eyes and asked, "Which family?" Han Fei said, "Yu Meng from the dream-weaving heaven was killed by me. Gong Zhan from the Avalon of 5 elements ran away." Xia Shaochan was lost for words. "Are you sure you're fine?" Han Fei knew what Xia Shaochan meant. She was afraid that Chen Huangdian would be attracted. However, Han Fei wasn't that stupid. Today, after finishing this job, he would have to leave. There were thousands of routes to choose from. How could he be discovered by Chen Huangdian? Han Fei said, "Don't worry. I just came out and need some resources." In fact, Han Fei killed Yu Meng, deprived her of her origin sea, and looted a lot of things. Among them, there were more than 6 million ultra-quality spiritual stones. But it didn't mean that the king had fewer resources. In fact, Yu Meng had a lot of resources, but they weren't the ultra-quality spiritual stones. Han Fei found Earth Heritage Essence, a 5th-level Tao Pattern Pill, 2 3rd-level Tao Pattern Pills, a sea-quelling bizarre treasure, the Great Dream Immortal Brush, a pool of black dragon blood, more than 50,000 spiritual fruits, and a lot of other resources. To put it bluntly, these resources could allow him to survive 2 purple thunder tribulations. Of course, it was still far from Han Fei's previous resources. However, Han Fei didn't expect everyone to have the same amount of resources as him. Now, the main purpose of looting resources was no longer as simple as just cultivation. It was impossible for Han Fei to maintain the development of the Yin Yang Heaven with the resources he robbed. This time, Han Fei made up his mind to accomplish 3 things. The first was to nurture a group of experts, and they were none other than the people before him. The second thing was to try and find the other lost immortal palaces and ally with them in order to fight their way back to the chaotic Azure Sea. The third matter was naturally the opening of the Imperial Palace. Although the opening of the Arch Palace would definitely lead to the deaths of many people in this group of people. Wasn't the purpose of growth to continue to be stronger? Once one of them reached the sea opening realm and became a king, it meant that the Yin Yang Heaven was getting stronger and stronger. About 8 hours later, in the Avalon of 5 elements, the big ship led by Zhou Wu was returning. Others might not know, but the people of the Avalon of 5 elements knew it very well. It was their king who guarded the savage abyss. There was a crack in the heavenly Tao. No matter what the specific situation was, they had to retreat. Otherwise, if the enemy won, it would be difficult for them not to be affected. He heard Zhou Wu say, "Everyone, give it your all. Half a day later, we can switch to our exclusive route. By then, there will be time to relax." During this void shift, Friday suddenly saw a large black ship with a skull flag appearing 1,000 miles away. Clatter at that time. Zhou Wu's heart had completely sunk into silence. The Avenger had actually appeared in the world. Zhou Wu couldn't help but have a bad feeling. The Avenger has not appeared for 10 years. What does it mean now that it has appeared? Is Han Fei back? Thinking of the scene of the king's death just now, and then looking at the Avenger opposite, Zhou Wu thought of an extremely terrible possibility. Something had happened to the king. Zhou Wu shouted, "Hurry, rush out of the route. Go anywhere." While Zhou Wu was shouting, Han Fei said, "This is your first battle after leaving the cage of the Yin Yang Heaven and the Waterwood Heaven. From now on, there will be casualties in the battles you have to experience. I will only take action when the battle power is extremely unbalanced. For the rest of the time, you have to rely on yourselves. Now, kill your way over and find opponents of the same level. Kill everyone on that ship. Leave no one alive." Swish, swish, swish. Han Fei's words were very straightforward. He was clearly telling them that they had to sharpen these whetstones themselves. If they killed themselves, don't blame me. Subconsciously, Luo Xiaobai shouted, "Half-King, block their way. The others, find your own opponents." At this moment, a terrifying energy cannon burst out from the Avenger. With a power beyond that of an ordinary Half-King, it directly bombarded the big ship of the Avalon of 5 elements. As a result, the enemy's ship formation lit up. An attack beyond the Half-King realm failed to directly blast the enemy's ship formation. Of course, although it didn't completely shatter the enemy's ship formation, it blasted the enemy back dozens of kilometers. A crack also appeared on the ship formation. After all, how could an ordinary ship resist the power of the main ship of the Avenger? However, Han Fei said the enemy also has such an energy attack. This time, even the Insect King and Jiao Mengyue couldn't help but be shocked. In the chaotic Azure Sea, could a ship launch such a terrifying attack? Most of the people on Han Fei's side had not reached the Half-King realm. Therefore, if they were really hit by such a blow, they would almost die. However, Xia Shaochan said, "Be quick, otherwise they will run away." Everyone immediately came back to their senses. However, when they came back to their senses, they saw that Xia Shaochan had already rushed more than half the distance. They were only more than 200 kilometers away from the enemy's big ship. As a matter of fact, the crowd charged out in unison. Although this energy cannon was powerful, there was only one. It was not mobile enough. In addition to attacking ships, it still had a lot of opportunities to attack people. Even if it could attack people, it could only attack one person at a time. There were a total of 33 people on Zhou Wu's ship. Among them, 12 were half-venerables, and only 21 were venerables. Among them, Zhou Wu was a peak stage venerable. Therefore, in this battle, the Insect King and Jiao Mingyue were just holding the line. For a time, the sky was full of brilliance. The people brought by Han Fei all thought that the outside world was very terrifying. They felt that even if they were in the same realm, they couldn't underestimate them. Therefore, they attacked with all their strength. The ship formation was bombarded with clanking sounds. Fortunately, Xia Shaochan helped them and smashed their ship formation with one blow. As soon as the ship formation was broken, Zhou Wu knew that he was doomed. Chun Xiang shouted, "This person is the strongest. Let me test him." The vines of the void directly moved through the void, separating the 12 demigods from each other. This guy was very shrewd. On this trip, most of the disciples of the Thug Academy were in the explorer realm. It was best to leave those explorers for them to practice. Chu Linyuan shouted, "Su Sanqian, 5 of them are yours and the rest are ours." After all, they had never fought with these people before. Therefore, in the beginning, no one dared to fight above their level and carefully divided the battlefield. Only Zhang Xuanyu, Lu Renkuang, and Luo Xiaobai. The 3 of them directly surrounded the 2 advanced venerables. On the Avenger, Han Fei watched this scene quietly. Among them, these people were all carefully selected by him, so their strength was naturally not a problem. Luo Xiaobai directly used the demon plant's divine waterfall. In that scene, the demon plants sealed the sky and tens of thousands of tendrils entangled. Zhang Xuanyu seemed to have comprehended something from Han Fei's sword Dao. Therefore, when he struck with his spear, he poured half of his strength into it. In the spear light, there was a divine, soul-killing technique. Pucci, BM, how could the advanced venerable think that a peak-level, mid-level venerable could launch such a ruthless attack? He didn't block it and exploded on the spot. In order not to give them a chance to escape, Lu Renkuang activated the sky swallowing technique and sucked in the remains of the person in the black hole. In the black hole, a knife light flickered. Soon after, that person was chopped to death. At this moment, the few of them were a little surprised. Zhang Xuanyu said, "It doesn't seem that difficult to fight. I feel that he's not as good as those people from Black Blood City in the cage." Luo Xiaobai said, "I agree. Let's look at the others." On the other side, Su Sanqian was naturally fighting a cooperative battle. At this moment, Su Sanqian's body was covered in thousands of threads. In the void, a large number of spider threads passed through. In Guqi's armor box, his sword was like a dragon. According to the words of the Thug Academy, if he attacked, he would use a big move. If the battle started, he would give him the most ruthless one. Guqi's target was a half-venerable whose body had turned purple gold. Even though his strength was 2 realms lower, Guqi still used his full strength. Crack, crack, although the sharp blade in Guqi's box broke inch by inch. Cracks also appeared on the half-venerable's purple gold body. Kill! Blood flowed from the corner of Guqi's mouth. He shattered the sword and stabbed the other half of the sword into the other party's body. But in the end, there was still a gap of 2 realms. Therefore, this attack didn't work. The person flipped his hand and a purple beam shot back. However, a huge copper hammer struck out, shattering the purple light with a terrifying force. Just as the hammer was about to hit the person's face, a divine soul-killing technique shot out from between the person's eyebrows. Xing Yu stepped back, and the soul-driving array protected Su Daiji. Bam! Kacha! Daji's hammer struck and directly smashed the person's purple gold head. However, the moment before that person died, a green bead smashed at Su Daiji. Fortunately, Guqi's shield array had already appeared. The 2 of them were sent flying dozens of kilometers and vomited blood. At the same time, this half-venerable was at least killed. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. In the eyes of everyone else, the ferocity of the Thug Academy was extremely extraordinary. In the blink of an eye, an advanced explorer had forcefully killed a half-venerable at the price of exchanging injuries. This wasn't something an ordinary person could do. During this period, if Su Sanqian hadn't controlled it well, if Xingyu hadn't helped in time, and if Yi Xian hadn't held back the others, Gu Qi and Su Daiji wouldn't have been able to kill a half-venerable so smoothly. Boom, boom! On one side were the experts of the Avalon of 5 elements who were preparing to escape, and on the other side were the members of the Avenger who were determined to take them down at all costs. The outcome was obvious. In just 5 minutes, more than half of the Avalon of 5 elements had died. Most of the people from the Avenger were injured, but they couldn't hide the joy on their faces. In just one battle, they realized one thing: they weren't weaker than others. Chapter 1898. It was easy to gain momentum on a life-and-death battlefield. A great victory in the first battle would naturally stimulate the confidence in everyone's hearts, and it could also raise the morale of their side to the highest point. Of course, not all the people of the Avalon of 5 elements were weak. Some people's great paths were also extraordinary. At this moment, an advanced venerable was fighting the white ferret. The man activated the 5 elemental fire barrier and a secret technique, exerting the combat power of a peak-level venerable. Under the all-out battle, the white ferret was forced to retreat repeatedly. However, the white ferret was picked by Han Fei. At this moment, the white ferret was also furious. He used the soul-separating claw and cut off half of his opponent's body at the risk of his Snow White for being burned off, before he escaped into the void. However, it was obvious that it was difficult to kill the opponent even if he tried his best. The white ferret looked around and found that the others had more or less gained something. He had lost all his face. Half an hour later, the battle came to an end. Because there were many demi-kings and peak-level venerables controlling the battlefield, Han Fei's side certainly wouldn't lose this battle, but a lot of people were injured. Only one opponent ran out from the beginning to the end, and that was the one who fought the white ferret. A moment later, a group of people grabbed the enemy's sun-moon shells and put away the big ship of the Avalon of 5 elements. They all exclaimed. Someone was surprised. Wow, if you don't believe me, I have extremely rare Tao-seeking fish here. Someone was surprised. I have more than 100,000 ultra-quality spiritual stones here. Someone was shocked. I seem to have gotten an ultra-quality divine weapon. Someone was stunned. So many spiritual fruits. When these people returned, still immersed in the joy of their harvest, they heard Han Fei say, "Who can tell me what mistakes you made in this battle?" Seeing that Han Fei was going to lecture them, everyone fell silent and held the sun-moon shells, waiting to be scolded. Judging from Han Fei's tone, they must have made mistakes. The white ferret's face was flushed. Han Fei was probably going to say that he was the only one who failed to defeat his opponent. Luo Xiaobai concluded, "In this battle, everyone used too much strength. The people in the chaotic ocean are actually not as strong as we thought. So, in the beginning, we poured too much power into these people. There are many experts in the outside world, and we can face danger at any time. Therefore, it is necessary to preserve some of our strength." After that, Zhang Xuanyu said, "The most important thing is that everyone is fighting too hard. They don't hesitate to exchange injuries for injuries to kill their opponents. However, no matter what the situation is, staying alive is the most important thing." Han Fei immediately nodded. Yes, there are infinite resources in the chaotic Azure Sea. Killing 1 or 2 people was not considered a hero. Protecting one's life was always the first priority. White Ferret, do you think that anyone will look down on you just because your enemy ran away? White Ferret, Han Fei said, "The most unwise choice you made was to try to fight the man just now. But have you ever thought about it? You're not just representing yourself. You're representing the entire White Ferret branch. Did you forget about the future of the beast race by risking your life to fight him? Just now, since I was here, and since there were other half-king realm powerhouses here as well, how did he manage to escape?" White Ferret seemed to understand something and thought to himself, "Yes, I may not be able to kill that person." However, how powerful was the human king? It could be said that as long as the pressure descended, that person had nowhere to run. The reason why that person ran away was obviously Han Fei's deliberate action. Why did he deliberately let this person go? He still didn't quite understand. Did the human king not want him to fight? Han Fei said, "Now in the chaotic Azure Sea we are pirates. Plundering resources is what we have to do. However, we are pirates with principles. The enemies of the Yin Yang Heaven are the Grand Purity Palace, the Wuji Heaven, the Golden Crow Heaven, the Medicine King Heaven, the Dream Weaving Heaven, the Five Elements Heaven, the Wild Corpse Heaven, and the God Sealing Heaven. On the contrary, the 100 Demon Clan, the Human Clan at the bottom of the sea, and the Merfolk Royal Clan are not our main enemies. We want them to think that the human race is fighting amongst themselves. Oh no, I'm wrong. The 36 immortal palaces are fighting amongst themselves." At this moment, Han Fei said fiercely, "We must keep the internal affairs under control. Let me tell all of you in advance that what I'm going to do on this trip is to break through the 36 black heavens. At least, I want to be on par with the Grand Purity Palace, the Wuji Heaven, and the other immortal palaces. Only in this way can we protect the Yin Yang Heaven. Of course, if we can suppress the 36 black heavens and lead them. This is our greatest pursuit." Han Fei spread his hands. "You all performed well when I preached. In my opinion, all of you have the potential to become kings. In 22 years, I will take you to explore the Imperial Palace. Your chance to become kings is there. Before that, the only thing you have to do is to become half-kings. And to become half-kings, you have to survive first." Wow! Han Fei's words made everyone's heart sway. A smile appeared on Yin-Er's face. The big brother she had seen in the past had returned. He was domineering and decisive. She was happy but also a little sad, because after getting along with Han Fei for a long time, she knew that Han Fei also liked to live a normal life. However, Han Fei had his own choice. He had to protect the Yin Yang Heaven and the Waterwood Heaven. He had to fight against the Grand Purity Palace and the Wuji Heaven. He had to face the threat of the sea demons. He had too many things to bear. With so many burdens on Han Fei's shoulders, he had to be so domineering and arrogant. Luo Xiaobai and the others naturally understood what Han Fei was talking about. Before they left the Yin Yang Heaven, they already had enemies and had simulated the scene of the battle between the two sides countless times. In this battle, they slaughtered 20 venerables on the other side. This seemed to be an amazing victory. However, in this battle, it was also necessary to sum up the experience. The first thing they realized was that these people from the chaotic Azure Sea were not as strong as they thought. Some of them even showed a lack of combat experience. Lack of combat experience could only mean one thing. They were protected by their own powerful sects, so they didn't have enough experience. In terms of combat experience, the Demon Beast Alliance, the Immortal City, the Forest of Horrors, and even the Cloud Sea Divine Tree were all experienced in combat. Which one of them had not experienced hundreds of battles and fought for thousands of years? If not, how could they show such overwhelming power today? The White Ferret couldn't help but lower his head and said, "I'm ashamed. Today you must learn from me. Don't give up your lives easily." Han Fei said, "Okay, this is just the first battle. Don't think that you can't fight with your life. Of course, you can fight with your life, but you have to know when. Nowadays, speed is the most important thing in a war. You have too few resources. In the chaotic Azure Sea, if you want to cultivate quickly, the first thing you need is all kinds of resources. Without resources, you are nothing. Now get ready to go." This is the first step of revenge for the Avenger. 1 year later, the story of the Avenger's appearance had already spread throughout the chaotic Azure Sea. After the Avenger appeared, the first news was that Han Fei had killed Yu Meng of the Dream Weaver God. Many immortal palaces said that this matter would not be tolerated. However, most of the immortal palaces were just shouting slogans. Everyone knew why Han Fei was looking for someone from the dream-weaving heavens. If he didn't wait for them, why would they come to him? Besides, how could Han Fei not know which forces were responsible for the Yin-Yang Heaven's banishment to the barbaric abyss? What if they jumped out and provoked the Avenger? That would be idiotic. Back then, when this information had been revealed, the 100 demons and the humans at the bottom of the sea had all mocked them. A king of the 100 demons laughed. I'd like to see how long the internal strife of the human race will last. It's best if Han Fei can kill all 36 immortal palaces. The seabed humans even made a statement. As long as the Avenger doesn't attack the seabed humans will never be enemies with the Avenger. No one was an idiot. They more or less knew about the past grievances of the 36 immortal palaces. In the following year, the Avenger destroyed 2 large ships of the Berserk Corps Heaven, killed 1 half-king realm powerhouse, and killed as many as 40 other venerables. The Avenger's third attack was beyond everyone's expectations. It directly attacked the Grand Purity Palace. It decisively took a large ship from the Grand Purity Palace to the Medicine King Heaven. At that time, there were 5 half-kings on the ship, and 3 of them were 5 fallen. There were 43 venerables on the ship, and 19 of them died, and they all fled. To everyone's surprise, Han Fei didn't kill them all. Instead, he said, "Those who have hunted the Yin-Yang Heaven, please face the wrath of the Avenger." After the third Avenger operation, the Avenger disappeared for a full 4 months. The fourth attack took 38 minutes, looting a large ship of the Wuji Heaven and killing 13 venerables. For pirates, the probability of attacking 4 times in a year was negligible, putting aside the fact that there weren't that many people for you to rob. Just the pirates were taking the internal route. Whether you could accurately capture the right time to attack was a problem. It had been a year since the first time he made his move. At this moment, on a public sea route leading to Wu Emperor City, a large black ship was drifting alone in the nearby sea that was not part of the sea route. If this wasn't the Avenger, who could it be? At this moment, everyone was waiting. Xingyue was breaking through. "Kacha!" A storm of spiritual energy gathered and someone laughed. "Xingyue, you're the slowest one. You've only broken through to the peak explorer realm now. You can't take it anymore." Su Sanqian said, "The peak explorers of our Thug Academy can't be judged by common sense." In fact, just as Su Sanqian had said, their peak explorers had all cultivated the pure, mystic body. Before reaching this realm, their strength had dropped to that of a beginner explorer. The reason why they could cultivate back so quickly was because they were fighting every day. In the chaotic Azure Sea, as long as it wasn't a sea route, was a trial ground. There were sea monsters of all levels and powerful opponents. It was hard not to encounter them. In just a year, everyone on the Avenger could be described as having been reborn. This was the result of countless life and death battles. In Han Fei's words, this was a basic trial. This kind of training was completely different from encountering enemies. Exploring non-sea routes was simply courting death. In this year, Zhang Xuanyu, Lu Renkuang, and Luo Xiaobai had all broken through, and their strength could be said to have soared. At this moment, Han Fei stood at the bow of the ship. 3 days later, we will ambush the marauders. This time, there are no rules or restrictions on your strength. Do your best to kill anyone. For this, I found reinforcements 6.5 kings. Chapter 1899. The crew members heard that they had reinforcements. 6 half-kings? They couldn't help but exclaim. Even Luo Xiaobai was very surprised. Didn't Han Fei just go to the martial Emperor City? Why did he bring reinforcements back? The phantoms of mountains and rivers emerged around them, and Song Kaiyuan, Li Kaitian, and the others appeared one after another. Song Kaiyuan and the others were also slightly surprised when they saw them. It turned out that the crew of the Avengers was this group of people. There were even 7 cultivators who were not at the Venerable Realm? Their strength was a bit weak. After all, this year, the news that the Avenger was in the martial Emperor city was spreading all over the sky. Countless people went to the martial Emperor city to buy information and ask where the Avenger was. However, the Avenger was elusive and the martial Emperor city was not omnipotent. Except for the location and details of the latest battle, they couldn't give any more detailed information. Song Kaiyuan and the others had also heard that the people of the Avenger were actually not as strong as they thought. However, despite what everyone said, the Avenger had committed one crime after another, and no one had managed to take down. Therefore, they couldn't help but wonder what the people on the Avenger were like. Now, Song Kaiyuan and the others found that the strength of these people was really a bit uneven. There were only 4 people at the Half-King realm. There were only 6 peak-stage venerables. They had forcefully plundered the ship of the Supreme Purity Palace with just 1 ship. However, with Han Fei, they weren't surprised at how strong the Avenger was. They knew that these people should be the top seedlings brought out by Han Fei from the Yin-Yang heaven. The reason why he brought them out was to nurture and train them. Otherwise, Han Fei only needed to bring the strongest people, and there was no need to bring such a team with uneven strength. While Song Kaiyuan and the others were surprised, the people on the Avenger were also guessing the origins of Song Kaiyuan and the others. In fact, it was completely an accident that Han Fei could meet Song Kaiyuan and the others. Originally, Han Fei went to the martial Emperor city this time to buy some resources and get some hunting information. However, he met Song Kaiyuan and the others. It turned out that they had been staying in the martial Emperor city. Song Kaiyuan guessed that Han Fei would come back in 30 years at most. Anyway, to them, 30 years was actually nothing. Even if he were to cultivate in seclusion, it would only take him a short 30 years. However, Han Fei appeared much earlier than they expected. Han Fei took a look. How could he not make use of the 6 thugs? Han Fei knew that the major immortal palaces of the Taishan heaven kept people by his side to seek opportunities. However, these people were indeed very useful. It would be a waste not to use it. Each and every one of them was a peak half-step monarch of their respective immortal palaces. To put it bluntly, any one of them could easily beat up 2 ordinary demi-kings. However, they were not family after all, so the distance between them was immediately highlighted. Han Fei didn't care about the distance. As long as they fought a few more times and had Song Kaiyuan and the others give them some pointers, the distance between them would quickly disappear. Of course, for the sense of distance to disappear, the premise was that the people on the ship also knew Song Kaiyuan's identity. At this moment, Han Fei said bluntly, "They are from our allies, the 4 major immortal palaces of the Taishan heaven, the Sword Divine heaven, the Immeasurable heaven, and the Glass heaven. The 6 of them can be regarded as the top heavenly talents of each immortal palace. Each of them is not comparable to an ordinary demi-king. I won't introduce them too much. You can take your time in the future. Allies." Ignoring everyone's surprise, Han Fei said, "In the next 3 days, you can slowly get used to each other. 3 days later, be ready to fight with all your strength. The Avenger will officially become a major force in the chaotic, vast sea in 3 days." In the cabin, Han Fei, Xia Shaochan, and the others gathered. Zhang Xuanyu said, "Fei Fei, among these people, is there a suitable opponent for me to challenge?" Han Fei said, "You want a challenge?" The burly man is named Li Kaitian. His defense and combat power are amazing, and he also uses a stick. However, you haven't even reached the peak stage of the Venerable Realm. Don't ask for trouble. When you reach the peak stage of the Venerable Realm, you can try again. Zhang Xuanyu couldn't help but ask, "So strong?" Han Fei said, "Among them, except for Mu Shi and Mu Shui Sisi, who don't have the ability to fight across realms, the other 4 can." Fight across realms? Lu Rinquang was surprised. Aren't they only demi-kings? How can they fight across realms? Luo Xiaobai asked, "You mean they can exert the combat power of the Pioneer Sea realm?" Everyone couldn't help but be shocked. Damn, can the top heavenly talents in the outside world be so strong? Demi-kings can fight across realms? So exaggerated? It's not a complete breakthrough. However, they can pose a certain threat to the most ordinary demi-kings in a short period of time. Even so, they are not comparable to ordinary demi-kings. For example, Mu Shi, the weakest of the six, can easily defeat a pseudo-king like the Black Killer Snail King. Wow! Seeing their expressions, Xia Shaochan couldn't help but smile. Don't listen to his exaggeration. They are the top heavenly talents in their respective immortal palaces. If they don't have some strength, how can they be the best in a palace? However, you have cultivated the pure mystic body for so long, and your foundation is extremely solid. In the same realm, it's impossible for them to defeat you. Zhang Xuanyu licked the corner of his mouth and said, "There's still a long way to go. It's only been a year since our 5-year plan. 5 years later, I will challenge them again." 3 days later, the marauders dispatched 3 large ships in a row. 98 venerables, no explorers, and the 4 mad kings personally led them. A day after they left the martial emperor city, the 4 mad kings lay on his main ship and shouted, "Brothers, this time it is said that the medicine king heaven refined an 8th grade divine pill, and many heroes have gathered. All the major immortal palaces were fighting for it with all their might. We can hunt any one of them, and we will be rich. Let's do our best. With my king here, we will definitely be able to tear off a few mouthfuls of flesh this time. Brothers, we have been waiting for a long time." Recently, the Avenger had been constantly sending out news, showing off its prowess. This time it's our turn. The 4 mad kings slapped the air, causing the man to stagger. He cursed, "Don't mention Han Fei in front of me. You're spoiling my mood." However, a voice suddenly came. "How am I spoiling your mood when I'm not here? Seeing how you talk about him every day, I will feel sorry if I don't kill you today." All of a sudden, the 4 mad kings' expressions changed drastically. They leaped up from the ship and shouted, "Activate all ships!" Whoosh! As soon as the 4 mad kings' voice faded, huge waves appeared out of thin air, and a sword current filled with a variety of complex auras attacked. The 4 mad kings' speed could not be described as slow. The first thing he did was to stand in front of one of the ships, because Han Fei's first attack wasn't aimed at the main ship. Therefore, the 4 mad kings thought they could block the attack. However, when the 4 mad kings faced the sword head-on, they were dumbfounded. Roar! The 4 mad kings' faces turned green. Is this AF * king attack from Han Fei? Wherever the sword passed, the void collapsed. Behind it was a majestic sword intent that carried endless cracks in the void and the vast ocean's sword intent. It was like a giant beast attacking. The 4 mad kings immediately went berserk, but they found that they were still no match. Immediately afterward, he fused with his spiritual beast and used a secret skill. His strength soared again. However, he found that he was still no match. This was the strongest state he could reach in a short period of time. However, in the face of Han Fei's sword, apart from shock, there was also fear in his heart. At the last moment, the 4 mad kings dodged. Because the sword wasn't aimed at him at all, he had time to escape. However, one of the marauders couldn't. Although the formation of ships lit up, how could the formation of ships withstand a sword that even the 4 mad kings couldn't block? Crack, crack, crack. Crisp sounds came one after another. Bang! In the blink of an eye, a large ship was crushed into dust and debris. A total of 37 venerables on the ship were all killed. None of them survived. This was the horror of a king. Not to mention the marauders. All the crew members on the Avenger were dumbfounded by Han Fei's slash. The most shocked one was Sword Regret. What kind of sword intent did Han Fei comprehend? How could it be so powerful, killing 37 venerables with one sword strike? Even if he was a king, how could he do it so easily? More importantly, there were at least 3 half-king realm powerhouses on that ship. Song Kaiyuan took a deep breath. Even he didn't know Han Fei's sword strike. After 10 years, Han Fei had become a king. But this king was too strong, wasn't it? Even Zhang Xuanyu and the others were confused, and they all swallowed their saliva. A big ship was taken care of with just one sword. This made their pursuit of power become limitless. It was not until then that the others realized that Han Fei had only been accompanying them to train in the past year. Otherwise, Han Fei would have killed the marauders with 3 sword strikes. It had nothing to do with them. Han Fei said, "Kill them." Swish, swish, swish. As soon as Han Fei shouted, everyone on the ship turned into streams of light and rushed out. Han Fei's eyebrows flashed, and the 9-tailed mantis shrimp, Little Gold, Little Fatty, and Simp all joined the battle. Even so, the strength of Han Fei's side was still a little weaker than that of the marauders. It wasn't that the strength of the strong was weak, but that there were too many low-end combatants on the Avenger. Fortunately, the lowest-end combatants were from the Thug Academy, and these people from the Thug Academy had cultivated the pure mystic body to such a level. Therefore, their true strength couldn't be judged according to ordinary realms. Han Fei's figure descended and crushed 2 of the ships with his 2 feet, forcing the marauders to fight the Avenger for real. And in an instant, a junior venerable tried to attack the team where Yi Xian and the others were. After all, the 5 of them were the weakest. As a result, the moment the 5 of them fused with their spiritual beasts, their strength soared a little. The venerable slashed back Yi Xian and Su Daiji, but unexpectedly his legs were entangled by seaweed. Immediately following that, a deadly sword light erupted with the power of a venerable and stabbed straight at the back of his heart. It was Chu Jinan and Ling Yuan. They weren't much stronger than Su Sanqian and the others, so it was most appropriate for them to help at this moment. Immediately afterward, thousands of spider threads floated in the air, and an array even appeared under his feet. There were 7 sword shadows in front of him, one after another exploding towards him. Bam! 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 After taking 2 strikes head-on, the man no longer had a chance to escape. At this moment, he realized that he was surrounded by 7 people. Among the 7 of them, there were 2 manipulators and a spirit gatherer who were frantically exerting control on him. The others frequently used killing moves, and their strength was extraordinary. Every strike could severely injure him. The man was shocked. What kind of freaks are they? Chapter 1900. The Avengers' surprise attack started with Han Fei's Tao Convergence, which caught the Ravagers off guard. The mad 4 kings roared, and their skin turned red. He shouted, "Han Fei, boy, do you think I'm ranked 4th among the top 10 pirate groups just because I can go berserk?" The mad 4 kings' momentum soared crazily. Han Fei saw that his flesh and blood were broken. Many bone spurs appeared on his body, and horns grew out of his head. The old turtle said, "This guy is possessed." Furthermore, he's a devil who has taken a crooked path, not an orthodox great devil. Han Fei frowned slightly. The mad 4 kings had gone berserk twice, but their strength was still not as good as one of his clones. But this time, this guy had transformed into a monster that looked like a lizard man. The soaring blood and chi obviously came at the cost of his vitality. However, Han Fei wasn't scared at all. Han Fei chuckled. "That's good. If you're too weak, it'll be boring. I haven't really fought for 11 years. I don't know how strong I am now. You can try it." Han Fei smiled. He tapped his foot and appeared dozens of kilometers in front of the mad 4 kings. 2 more arms grew out of the mad 4 kings' body at this moment. He grabbed 4 knives and cut 4 cracks in the void, trying to suck Han Fei in. Hee! Han Fei's figure flashed, and the void around him was torn apart. The 2 of them fell into the void in an instant. Seeing this scene, Xia Shaochan cut off 1 person with a knife and began to support the formation. After all, the people on the Avenger were still growing. Now they didn't have much time to grow, and this battle would be very difficult. Han Fei was not here, so she had to take charge. Although Han Fei said there was a chance of death, these people were all carefully selected by him. No matter who was lost, it would be regrettable. After all, Han Fei had only brought these few people. But fortunately, some of them were escaping. Song Kaiyuan and the others also attracted a lot of firepower, which could relieve some pressure on the Avenger. In the void, Han Fei held the two sea-quelling bazaar treasures of the Mad Four Kings with both hands. In Han Fei's hands, light flowed, and a terrifying force burst out at close range. Pung pung! After Han Fei crushed the two beginner sea-quelling bazaar treasures with his bare hands, he said in disdain, "It seems that you have a lot of vitality. Continue to be crazy. I want to see how crazy you can get." At this moment, the four Mad Kings were truly a little deranged. He knew that he probably wouldn't be able to escape today. Secondly, he guessed that Han Fei had also used some kind of secret method. For example, when he met Han Fei for the first time, Han Fei's peak combat power could only last about 10 seconds. Buffed! The two of them exchanged 1,000 blows in an instant. All of a sudden, a black beam of light burst out from the four Mad Kings' chest and pierced Han Fei's chest with lightning speed. Bang! Han Fei was pushed back 100 kilometers, and the battle suit on his chest was completely torn. However, the four Mad Kings saw a golden glow on Han Fei's flesh. His attack was actually unable to shake this guy's physical body. Han Fei smiled. "You don't know what the heart of invincibility is. Otherwise, you would never have chosen to attack me. Do you have any more moves?" "Huh. Han Fei, boy, I don't believe that you can stay strong with your own strength." The four Mad Kings abandoned the two sabers and tried to fight Han Fei in close combat. He estimated that Han Fei had been fighting for 7 or 8 seconds now. If Han Fei used a secret method, he would definitely be weakened. At that time, the four Mad Kings might seize the opportunity to kill Han Fei the moment he activated the time spell. However, Han Fei was not afraid at all. He directly collided with the four Mad Kings. Dong, 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 clang, clang, clang. Crack, crack, crack. Han Fei estimated that the four Mad Kings were burning their lives and forcibly going into demonization at this moment, and the power they released was about 220,000 to 240,000 waves. However, this kind of explosion was too harmful to the body. If it wasn't a life-and-death situation, the four Mad Kings wouldn't fight in this way without considering the consequences. Therefore, under normal circumstances, the four Mad Kings' strongest state could only reach 120,000 waves. But all in all, Han Fei had truly witnessed the true strength of the fourth pirate crew. If the four Mad Kings had such a trump card, then the top 3 must have a trump card. Han Fei thought for a while. If he wanted to become one of the strongest forces in the chaotic, vast sea, he might need some time. 5 seconds later, the four Mad Kings were still erupting. However, Han Fei was no longer interested. His combat power had surpassed them in all aspects. There was no need to use the four Mad Kings as a standard to measure himself. Han Fei said, "It's over. The famous four Mad Kings are nothing more than this." The four Mad Kings clearly felt the change in Han Fei and wanted to retreat. However, all of a sudden, he found that the power that Han Fei burst out had more than doubled. How could the four Mad Kings expect such an extreme increase in power? With just one strike, the four Mad Kings' fists exploded, and Han Fei's combat speed and explosive frequency were not inferior to the four Mad Kings. Bang, bang, bang. In less than half a breath, the four Mad Kings didn't even have time to escape and were directly crushed into a meat patty. Feeling that the broken body of the four Mad Kings was overflowing with energy, Han Fei knew that they were going to explode. Han Fei sneered. The void lines turned into one, which directly grabbed the four Mad Kings and hit their souls. In just one strike, a terrible power broke out in the void. Above the sky, a huge blood-colored crack stretched across the sky. Outside, When the crew of the Avengers saw this scene, their morale skyrocketed and they became more and more courageous. Someone shouted, "Captain, kill the kings!" Everyone, try harder and kill all the marauders. In the previous battles, the crew of the Avenger always kept a trump card. However, this time, in order to win, most of them played their trump cards. It was not because they didn't need to keep it, but because it was time to explode. The marauders were not good-for-nothings. How could they be so easy to defeat? A vine drilled out of the void, and 2 people were tied to it. All that was left of these 2 people was a mutilated body. These were the crew members of the Avenger who had fought until the very end and nearly killed themselves. Even half of Chu Linyuan's body was cut off. Dozens of big holes were poked in Mu Qingchuan's body. Wang Dashuai's bronze door was directly bent, and it was covered with cracks. Except for the half-king warriors, the rest of the Avenger were all injured. Thanks to Xia Shaochan and the Void Vine, the rest of the Avenger were all injured. Otherwise, the Avenger would have suffered at least 20 casualties this time. For these venerables of the Marauders, this battle was destined to be unfair, because there were too many half-king warriors on the Avenger's side. Every time they were about to kill someone from the Avenger, an expert would suddenly descend and snatch that person away. Who the hell was he supposed to complain to? After all, their king warriors might be dead. At this moment, there were only 35 venerables left on the Marauder side, and the others had been blown up. All of a sudden, the void trembled, and Han Fei casually walked out of it. Han Fei glanced at the battle and said lightly, "This battle is over. These people have survived until now. Let them go." On the Avenger, many people sighed in their hearts. Unfortunately, they weren't strong enough to defeat their opponents quickly. The Marauders, on the other hand, were dumbfounded. They were let go just like that. Is this for real? Aren't you going to fight to the death? Han Fei said, "Remember to spread the news when you go back. From now on, there will be no more Marauders in this chaotic, vast sea. The Avenger, ranked 4th among the top 10 pirate groups, will be gone." On the Marauders' side, someone heard the voice and fled far away, not daring to stay at all. The others, after finding that Han Fei didn't stop this person from leaving, basically ran away as fast as they could. However, a few people, to Han Fei's surprise, didn't leave. A half-king warrior directly surrendered. "Greetings, King Han. My name is Xuanning, and I sincerely surrender. If King Han doesn't abandon me, I'm willing to join the Avenger." "Oh." Han Fei couldn't help but smile. "If you want to surrender, how can I believe you?" Xuanning said, "I, Xuanning, can swear to the Tao that if I am not sincere, I will never make a breakthrough in this life." Han Fei couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. "That's not a small oath." Han Fei raised his eyebrows and said, "Then make an oath." Xuanning was overjoyed, and the people on the Avenger all looked at Han Fei, wondering, what does King Han mean? Is he starting to recruit people from the outside world? Xuanning shouted, "I, Xuanning, sincerely surrender and will follow the Avenger for the rest of my life, Lord Han. If I break this oath, my heart will be clouded, I will be abandoned by both men and gods, and I will be punished by the heavens." This Xuanning was really straightforward. She swore as soon as she said she'd do it. Together with Xuanning, there was another half-king named Su Ken, who also intended to surrender. Han Fei smiled. "Tell me, why are you willing to follow me?" Xuanning said, 10 years ago, Lord Han fought against the Emperor and survived. 10 years later, his strength is unfathomable. It can be seen that Lord Han is destined to follow me. I know that Lord Han will not be a pirate forever. Xuanning swears that she will follow Lord Han to fight against the strong. Su Ken clasped his fists. Su can also sincerely surrender and can also make an oath. Han Fei pondered for a moment. The surrender of Xuanning and Su Ken made Han Fei wonder why he couldn't strengthen the Avenger while cultivating his own people. Besides, the newcomers were also half-kings. It would be a waste if he didn't accept them. Han Fei nodded slightly and said, "In that case, I don't mind accepting you too. But as for the specific good fortune in the future, it still depends on your performance." Chapter 1901. Xuanning and Su Can, of course, couldn't enter the main ship. The meaning of the main ship was different. On the main ship were people from the Yin-Yang heaven and the Waterwood heaven. To put it bluntly, they were all on the same side, so they were the most trustworthy. Even though Xuanning and Su Can had made a great Tao oath, who knew how many great Taos they had? Han Fei himself made a great Tao oath casually, so it didn't matter at all. To create a second Avenger, Han Fei just needed to pick one from his origin sea. His origin sea had developed into a world that was half land and half sea. Here, there were sky, mountains, rivers, seas, forests, and orchards. The only thing missing might be the sun and the moon. Han Fei was not in a hurry. He could now send as much chaotic energy into the origin sea as possible. In fact, the crazy four kings miscalculated one thing, which was Han Fei's origin sea. If it were in the past, Han Fei could only hold on for about 10 minutes, or even less in a high-intensity battle. However, things were different now. Han Fei's origin sea was huge. After hundreds of years of development, Han Fei didn't expand it, but studied with the old turtle how to make his origin seem more like a real world. Therefore, when Xia Shaochan and the others entered Han Fei's origin sea, they were also very surprised. It turned out that this was the so-called sea expansion of the Pioneer Sea realm. The origin sea could accommodate people. This was something that had already been confirmed. In addition to accommodating people, the more real this world was, the more likely it was to breed the great Tao. And this was the fundamental reason why Han Fei could maintain his current state. At this moment, Han Fei calmed his mind in the origin sea, piling up the ultra-quality spiritual stones he plundered from the crazy four kings into his own ultra-quality spiritual stone mountain, injecting the earth vein spring water into the earth vein of his origin sea, pouring the spiritual spring water into the spiritual vein that he had opened up, planting spiritual fruits and other species into the spiritual orchard. Yes, Han Fei's robberies were no longer just for consumption. Now, Han Fei had basically made arrangements for all the renewable and nurturing resources he had plundered. The crazy four kings were worth tens of millions, which greatly satisfied Han Fei's demand for resources. As for the demon purification pot, after absorbing the origin sea of the crazy four kings, Han Fei found that his origin sea was already very solid and seemed to be developing further. Han Fei looked back at his own information, only to see it popping up in front of his eyes. Owner, Han Fei level. 90, sea expansion. Family tree in the vast sea. 980006 chaotic energy. 9896 Wisp's mind power. 588869 range. 600,000 kilometers power. 166,806 waves. First spiritual pulse. Unknown, second spiritual vein. Unknown, first spiritual beast. Twin yin-yang spirit, swallowing fish level, 82, second spiritual beast. King Sparrow, level 87. Main art, void arrival, level 7 of void fishing, king level divine quality. During the 10 years in the yin-yang sky, Han Fei swallowed the blue dragon bloodline and finally became one of the top 1 million creatures in the Sea clan. However, Han Fei found that the higher he went, the harder it was to find a higher level bloodline. As for his own family, he couldn't use any of these visible bloodlines. Therefore, the matter of bloodline devouring was put aside for the time being. As for the chaotic energy, Han Fei didn't focus on it in recent years. In the past year, he hunted 2 kings in a row. The demon purification pot actively swallowed their origin seas, which was why it had such rapid growth. However, the demon purification pot couldn't swallow other people's origin seas. Otherwise, he wouldn't have so much chaotic energy. At this moment, Han Fei was only here to take a look at the chaotic energy. If hunting a king only increased his chaotic energy by more than 2,000 wisps, then the growth of the chaotic energy was too slow. Han Fei complained to the old turtle about this problem and almost infuriated the old turtle. The old turtle said that Han Fei didn't know how lucky he was. Now, looking at his various data, Han Fei couldn't help but sigh. The crazy four kings are already so terrifying when they go all out. If I were to face that person from the Immortal Pirate team, I wonder what my chances of winning are. The old turtle said, "Your current strength is not weak at all. Even if your peak combat ability is not among the top 10 in the Chaotic Sea clan, it should be among the top 30. What you need now is to study your Tao." Han Fei nodded slightly. That's true. The Green Jade Stone Bridge is getting more and more difficult to walk now. If it goes on like this, it will go downhill. This time there was another important reason why Han Fei left the Yin Yang Heaven. He found that his combat power, which could have been increased by 3 times, seemed to be declining. The degree of decline was about from 3 times to 2, 8 times. Han Fei soon understood the reason for the decline. That was because his understanding of the Tao itself was not enough. As his strength increased, the increase provided by his Tao became less and less, unless he could understand his Tao more deeply. However, this kind of thing couldn't be figured out just by thinking about it. Therefore, an important purpose of Han Fei's trip this time was to try to understand his Tao more deeply in the Chaotic Sea clan. While Han Fei was silent, most of the people had begun to chat spontaneously. As many as 20 were seriously injured, and most of the resources were used to rebuild their bodies. Han Fei came back to himself and didn't immediately heal them. Instead, he asked, "Have you seen it?" This was the power of the Marauders. Even if only part of the middle level is left for you to fight, it will be difficult for you to kill them. This represents the gap. This means that you haven't robbed enough resources, which means that you are not strong enough. In the next 6 months, you don't have to do anything but continue to train. On the other side, Xuanning and Su can seem to be trying to make their presence known. Xuanning said, "King Han, there is a big event in the Medicine King Heaven this time. It is said that old Lady Chiao refined an 8th grade divine pill. This time, many people from the 36 Black Heavens are going to the Medicine King Heaven to compete for treasures. We can go there and do something." An 8th grade divine pill? Han Fei wasn't surprised, but the other people on the Avenger were dumbfounded. What is an 8th grade divine pill? Many people looked at Han Fei, but Han Fei had never eaten an 8th grade divine pill. How could he explain it? In any case, it must be something good. However, the better something was, the hotter it was. Not just anyone could take it down. Han Fei said, "Don't think too much. You can think about all this nonsense when you become half monarchs." Now, the 5-year sharpening plan continues. Han Fei's words dispelled everyone's expectations, and Han Fei secretly said to Xia Shaochan and the others via voice transmission, "This time you go to the Medicine King Heaven to train, and I will go with the girl." Zhang Xuanyu asked, "You won't take us with you?" Han Fei asked, "Are you half a king?" Zhang Xuanyu. Han Fei had long known the news that the Medicine King Heaven refined an 8th grade divine pill. Besides, Song Kaiyuan and the others had also told Han Fei. However, Han Fei knew that a large number of strong masters from the major immortal palaces would come. If he were to bump into some bad luck, he would not be able to escape if he were to say something impolite. Although Han Fei's current peak combat power was indeed unbelievably strong. However, he couldn't underestimate the strong masters cultivated in the chaotic ocean sea for tens of thousands of years. Not long after Han Fei killed the 4 crazy kings, there were movements of kings everywhere in the chaotic ocean sea. Another king died. This was the 2nd time that a king had died in the chaotic ocean sea this year. On the next day, new news came out of the Martial Emperor City. It was said that the Marauders had become a thing of the past. The Avengers had been promoted to the top 10 pirate groups and ranked 4th. As soon as this news came out, the personnel of the major forces stationed in the Martial Emperor City were in an uproar. They could never have imagined that Han Fei's first target was the Marauders. All of a sudden, he pushed himself to 4th. For a time, all kinds of intelligence were sent back. Within half a month, the entire chaotic Azure Sea was bewildered. Was the Avengers really this strong? Also, Han Fei's strength was a complete mystery. There was a reason why the Marauders could rank 4th among the top 10 pirate groups. Being in this position meant that they had the strength. But now they were taken by Han Fei. This meant that Han Fei's strength far exceeded that of the 4 crazy kings. In the end, the basic conclusion of the Martial Emperor City was that Han Fei had undoubtedly become a king, and his combat power was directly ranked 39th on the sea expansion list in the chaotic ocean sea. This position originally belonged to the 4 crazy kings, but now it was Han Fei's turn. Half a month later, tens of millions of kilometers away from the Medicine King heaven, Han Fei said, "Today I will allow you to enter my origin sea to cultivate. But remember, after entering my origin sea, you need to bring your own resources. Whenever you're done with your cultivation resources, you can borrow them from me. But in the end, you have to pay back. Do you understand? Enter the origin sea." Everyone couldn't help but gasp. Luo Xiaobai and Xia Shaochan looked at Han Fei in surprise. Xia Shaochan asked, "Are you going to expose the origin sea to them?" Luo Xiaobai asked, "Didn't you say that the origin sea can't be easily exposed?" Han Fei smiled and said, "I will set up a barrier so that they can't see through my origin sea. In the future, they will be the strongest force of the Yin-Yang heaven and the Waterwood heaven. And the Medicine King heaven has gathered many strong masters recently. So, no matter where you go, you will not be safe. You can only come to my origin sea." Chapter 1902. Unlike others, Han Fei's origin sea carried a large amount of luck of the Great Path. Even if all the people who went and added up, how could they shake it? It would be difficult for them to achieve great things. Han Fei considered one thing. Should he expose his power of time acceleration? The time dragon carp once said that the great path of time was different from other great paths. This great path involved the river of time and might be noticed by the Temple of Time. The old turtle also said that once time acceleration exceeded 10 times, it would be a forbidden technique, and the Temple of Time would not allow it. Han Fei pondered for a long time and thought, "I can make a small bet." Xuanning and Su Ran naturally didn't have such an opportunity, and Han Fei wouldn't allow these outsiders to enter his origin sea. Han Fei naturally trusted the people from the Thug Academy. As for the others, it was hard to say. He didn't have absolute faith in them yet. Therefore, Han Fei directly reduced the time acceleration to 5 times. Compared with the time acceleration of 10 times, 5 times could be said to be extraordinary. 1 day of cultivation here was equivalent to 5 days of cultivation in the outside world. After all, it was much better than 1 day of cultivation here, right? Han Fei adjusted the level of time acceleration, but didn't tell these people. The origin sea could accelerate time. There was no need for him to tell them such a private thing. If he told them, in addition to showing off, it would probably arouse everyone's speculation and curiosity. Han Fei said, "This cultivation will last half a year to a year. You've been fighting for a year, and you need to cultivate in seclusion for a while. I'll give you this opportunity. When you come out, don't be at this level." Han Fei didn't care about his oppressive cultivation method. These people were all heavenly talents. Whether it was comprehension or resource utilization efficiency, they were extremely high. They had their own determination. And what Han Fei wanted was to make them stronger, and stronger as soon as possible. On the Thug Academy side, Chu Jinan and Ling Yuan said, "We have been in the semi-venerable realm for a long time. It's time to make a breakthrough." Luo Xiaobai nodded. "It's okay to make a breakthrough here. Your senior brother, still has this bit of resources. By the way, don't tell anyone about time. Chu Jinan, Xingyu, and the others nodded. Of course, they wouldn't be stupid enough to tell the secret of Han Fei's origin sea. In fact, there was no concept of time here. The people who came in wouldn't notice. Even if they found some clues one day, could they still come and ask? In the outside world, Xuening and Su Ran were not absorbed into Forge the Universe by Han Fei. Neither did Song Kaiyuan's group of 6. Han Fei looked at Song Kaiyuan and said, "You said that you have a suitable identity for me to sneak into the Medicine Kingdom. What identity is it? If it's just an ordinary identity, it's useless to me." Song Kaiyuan said, "Of course I know. Although the deceiving God precious technique can imitate anyone's identity. But as for who he was going to disguise as his identity was the key. As far as I know, the Medicine King Sky has refined a total of 7 grade 8 divine pills this time. Without sufficient status, it was almost impossible to come into contact with divine pills. It was said that 5 divine pills would be sold to the public this time. You can imagine the intensity of the competition." Oh, Han Fei couldn't help but ask, "What identity can you provide me?" At this moment, Jian Hui, who had been silent all this while, suddenly said, "My junior martial uncle, Wang Yijian. This person fell into diabolism 6,000 years ago and betrayed the Sword God Palace. We told the outside world that junior martial uncle had been in seclusion for many years, but in fact he was killed by the Sword God and his body is still buried under the sword pool." Han Fei couldn't help narrowing his eyes. "You're telling me such important information?" Song Kaiyuan said, "Captain, I think at this time the Yin-Yang Heaven, our Grand Mystery Palace, and the Sword God Palace should be confirmed allies." Jian Hui said, "The death of junior martial uncle Yijian has long been suspected by the outside world. Back then he fell into diabolism because he wanted to open a sword palace. Now that things have come to this, why don't we use the identity of junior martial uncle while we can still use it?" Han Fei asked, "Open a sword palace?" Jian Hui said, "Similar to opening the sky." Han Fei understood. The reason why he could use this identity was that this Wang Yijian really needed these 8th grade divine pills, and he was determined to get them. In this way, Wang Yijian could openly compete for these 8th grade divine pills. Han Fei said with a smile, "You seem to be well prepared." Song Kaiyuan said with a smile, "Captain, after the Medicine King Heaven incident, in fact, even if you don't use this identity, our 4 palaces will arrange for someone else to use this identity to compete for the divine pills." Han Fei was speechless. "Do you think you can earn it?" Song Kaiyuan said, "If we fight for it openly with the strength of our 4 palaces, we should be able to get one." Han Fei thought, if we compete for it in terms of financial resources, it seems possible. But aren't you too naive? Last time, the Sword God helped me. Why would anyone be willing to give face to the Sword God Palace? Besides, neither Song Kaiyuan nor Jian Hui understood Han Fei's personality. Was he the kind of person who would compete with others openly? A 6th grade soul pill could be sold for a sky-high price of 5 million. A 7th grade Tao pattern pill was said to be priceless and no one would sell it at all. Who knew how expensive an 8th grade pill would be? Anyway, Han Fei would never pay a penny for it. However, the identity of Wang Yijian could be used. Han Fei said, "Okay, I'll use this identity." Jian Hui handed out a jade slip and said lightly, "This is Senior Uncle Yijian's past information." Han Fei nodded slightly. Jian Hui and the others also disappeared in front of Han Fei and were taken into his origin sea. Han Fei immersed his mind in the jade slip, and after scanning it, he couldn't help but be shocked by this Wang Yijian. This guy was a genius. He became a king at the age of 802, failed to open a sword palace at the age of 3002, broke his sword and became obsessed, and was killed by the sword god under the sword comprehension platform. This person was a maverick, had no friends in his life, and traveled on non-sea routes all year round. He once opened 3 sea routes for the Sword God Palace alone. He had fought countless living beings, but almost none of them could block the might of his sword. This character was a perfect fit for him. The only thing that puzzled Han Fei was that this character prepared by the Sword God Palace was too suitable for him. He created the Tao Convergence sword and once played Shuizhan, so he was extremely aloof. His current peak strength was strong enough to be listed in the top dozens of Pioneer Sea Realm cultivators in the chaotic ocean. Wasn't all this too coincidental? Han Fei subconsciously tested it with the 9-palace destiny ruler and found that it was a peace hexagram, so he was slightly relieved. No matter what, from today on, he had to test the 9-palace destiny ruler every day. It was better to be safe than sorry. 10 days later, Han Fei used the king's great bone and the fragment of the sea-quelling bizarre treasure he snatched from the crazy 4 kings to forge a red long sword. The extraordinary thing about this sword was that it was composed of 49 pieces of the sword. There was still some distance between the pieces, and it looked like a broken sword. But this thing still maintained the shape of a sword, standing behind Han Fei. Under the surprised gaze of Xuanning and Su Ran, Han Fei's body became slender and lean. Han Fei's hair grew longer and turned pure white. Han Fei's face looked very gloomy, and his eyes were full of indifference and death. As for his clothes, Han Fei took out a pure black robe. This change in appearance made people know at first glance that this person was extraordinary, and they didn't dare to offend him at all. At this time, there was less than half a month before the 8th grade divine pill was formed. Almost all the people who were supposed to come from the major immortal palaces had arrived, because in addition to the 8th grade divine pill, there would also be a grand spiritual pill festival. At that time, a large number of 5th grade and 6th grade tribulation pills would be auctioned off. In fact, these 5th grade and 6th grade tribulation pills were the main reason why so many people had come. The Medicine King's Valley of the Medicine King stretched among the mountains. At this moment, at the entrance of the Medicine King Palace, there was an endless stream of cultivators coming and going. The Medicine King Palace was full of people who refined medicine. Therefore, the area of the city was extremely small. Moreover, the mountain range was suitable for the growth of all kinds of large medicine fields. In the Medicine King Palace, spirit gatherers were the most abundant, and spirit gatherers could cultivate medicine fields very well. It was for this reason that the Medicine King Palace actually had a lot of strong cultivators. Even the strong cultivators who came for medicine were no less than any of the other immortal palaces. In terms of numbers, they could even rival the Grand Pure and Wuji. In the past few days, countless people had entered the Medicine King Palace, but not many could enter the Medicine King Palace. At this moment, hundreds of thousands of kilometers away from the Medicine King Palace, Xia Shaochan was still muttering, "I'm still not used to. You made yourself like this. But I have to say, this is really cool. I can even compare with Zhang Xuanyu." Han Fei said with a black face, "Be serious. Right now, you are my personal sword attendant. Hold onto your sword properly." Xia Shaochan asked, "Behind you, there is clearly a sword floating. Why do I have to hold 3? Han Fei said, "What you are holding is not a sword, but money." Han Fei said, "The people of Investiture Heaven haven't shown up yet. I think they probably won't come to participate in this Medicine King Palace festival. Let's go." As for Xuanning and Su Ran, Han Fei didn't take them with him. They were left thousands of kilometers away. They could run or wait. This was a test from Han Fei. Xia Shaochan asked, "Aren't you afraid that someone will recognize me? Once I'm exposed, you won't be able to hide your identity." Han Fei grinned. "I don't think anyone would think that the former princess of the mermaid royal family would turn into a village girl, right? Ah, I'll bite you to death. Who are you calling a village girl? I'll bite you to death, believe it or not." Han Fei. Chapter 1903. Han Fei and Xia Shaochan went to the Medicine King Valley noisily. However, this time, Han Fei didn't take Xia Shaochan out to spend some alone time. Instead, Han Fei really wanted to lure the people of Investiture Heaven out. Investiture Heaven, as a special divine palace. Han Fei felt that this divine palace had been devoured by the power of the infamily. It could be seen from the last trip to the land of the King Grave that the many experts of Investiture Heaven were just trying to kill Xia Shaochan. Han Fei couldn't help but wonder why they were so obsessed with killing Xia Shaochan. Even if the infamily was a terrifying force, there was no need to arrange so many people from hundreds of millions of kilometers away. They would rather sacrifice countless experts to kill Xia Shaochan, right? Han Fei also wanted to buy this intelligence when he was in the Martial Emperor City. However, he couldn't afford the price at all. So, he wasn't in a hurry to spend money. If the experts of Investiture Heaven were willing to die, Han Fei wouldn't mind taking a batch of them. He could also bait Chen Huangdian to see if this person would come to the Medicine King Valley's grand ceremony to find the princess. After a moment, at the gate of the Medicine King Valley, there were experts in the Pioneer Sea State and 8.5 kings guarding here to verify the identity, strength, and resources of the visitors. Not everyone could participate in the Medicine King Valley's grand ceremony. On this trip, the ones who would come would be people with status in the 36 profound heavens. There would almost be no low-level people appearing. At this moment, at the gate of the Medicine King Valley, some people were being inspected. From hundreds of thousands of kilometers away, Han Fei saw an expert in the Pioneer Sea State arriving at the gate. That person just paused for a moment, then went straight into the valley. Those who weren't kings had to be inspected honestly to confirm their identity. Only then could they enter the valley. Therefore, in front of the Medicine King Valley, many people actually didn't enter immediately. After all, it took time to verify their assets, arrange to use the great techniques of their respective divine palaces, and answer some questions. The people of the Medicine King Valley didn't find it troublesome and insisted on checking them one by one. Han Fei said to Xia Shaochan, "Ignore them. Let's go straight through." Han Fei had this confidence. Wang Yijian of the Sword God Palace was once a peerless heavenly talent. At least his strength was enough to pass through the gate of the Medicine King Valley. Valley of the Medicine Masters, Mountain Gate. A middle-aged king sat cross-legged on a green stone platform next to the mountain gate. At this moment, 2 women bowed to the middle-aged man. Fanning Tian, Gu Yuin, and Gu Yul greet the Zhong King. It was an expert from Fanning Heaven. Among the people waiting, someone said, "It's these 2?" It was said that he had obtained a great opportunity in the land where the king perished. It is said that their strength has skyrocketed. However, Gu Yuin and Gu Yul waited for a long time, but did not get a response. Immediately, a demi-king from the Herb Kingdom smiled and said, "Please come with me. I will need the 2 of you to verify your resources and confirm that you have the financial resources to participate in this event." Gu Yuin and Gu Yul's expressions changed slightly. "We are such recognizable people, and he wants to pretend not to see us?" The 2 of them could not help but frown. The Medicine King Heaven rose to prominence through medicine, but now it had reached the point where it considered everyone beneath it. However, Brahma Sound Heaven was an immortal palace in the Outer Sea region after all. Gu Yuin and Gu Yul had no choice but to go and verify their qualifications. Suddenly they heard someone say, "Look, that person from the Great Pure Palace is here." Everyone turned their heads and saw Partner Wu walking up the stairs. Behind him were 7 or 8 demi-kings and 5 or 6 peak supremacies from the Great Pure Palace. The reason why Partner Wu was leading the group was because a monarch from the Great Pure Palace had long entered. Indeed, how could famous monarchs be willing to walk through the mountain gates with a bunch of half-monarch juniors? Many people were surprised. An elite from the Great Pure Palace is also here to vie for pills. Someone said, "There's naturally no chance of obtaining a grade 8 divine pill." but a grade 7 divine pill is still possible. Not long after Partner Wu arrived, he saw Wu Hao from the Chaos Heavens, Li Xinghin, and Beitang Xian from the Limitless Heaven. Li Xinghin looked at Partner Wu. "Brother Wu, you came early." Partner Wu said languidly, "It has to be early. We can't let you beat us to it, right?" Li Xinghin smiled gloomily. "What are you saying? The Great Pure Palace and Limitless Palace are not separated. Brother Wu, you are treating me like an outsider." Partner Wu said frankly, "It's not separated, but the path to invincibility is determined by life and death. I hope, brother, Li can obtain the divine pill this time. Otherwise, it would be a pity." The moment these two appeared, they were at loggerheads, neither giving way to the other. Of course, the premise was that there was no opponent worthy of their attention here. Even if there was Wu Hao, in their opinion, Wu Hao's strength was not enough to contend with them. When Partner Wu and the others came up, they immediately cupped their fists at that person. "Partner Wu, Great Pure Palace, Partner Wu, greets Uncle Zhong." Li Xinghin, Limitless Palace, Li Xinghin, greets Senior Zhong. Wu Hao, Chaotic Heavens, Wu Hao, greets King Zhong. Enter. That middle-aged man did not even open his eyes. He entered as he said, "This Zhong Yu is also a sensible person." He scanned them with his perception, and after confirming that there were no problems, he let them in. After all, they were the top 3 elites of the immortal palaces. If he really blocked them outside, it would only attract unnecessary trouble. And in front of them, the 2 sisters, Gu Yuyin and Gu Yul, couldn't help but frown, thinking, just because the immortal palaces are different, the difference in treatment is so great? But Partner Wu turned his head and couldn't help but smile faintly. "I seem to have some impression of these 2. Brotherly, who are they again?" Li Xinghin tilted his head and took a look. "I don't know." Partner Wu shrugged slightly. "I might have remembered wrongly." But Wu Hao couldn't stand it anymore. They were, after all, Brahma Heaven's elites of this generation. Did they have the right to belittle them like this? Wu Hao said, "You 2 have gone a little too far." Partner Wu tilted his head and took a look at Wu Hao, a disdainful sound coming from his throat. At this moment, the crowd suddenly felt King Zhongyu, who was sitting cross-legged beside them, attack the sky. Zhongyu then said in a low voice, "You want to enter just because you say so? Do you think there is no one in the Medicine King heaven?" Many people looked at the sky and couldn't help but reveal surprised expressions. Who the hell is this? How dare he be so arrogant? He crossed the void in front of the king and tried to enter the Medicine King heaven directly? When the 2 figures appeared 100 meters high in the sky, Han Fei's face was already dark. "Damn it, is there something wrong with your eyesight or something? Do I look like an ordinary person? Is the Medicine King heaven too arrogant? How dare you stop the second Sword God of the Sword God Palace? Most importantly, Han Fei had to come out. If he didn't come out, it would be considered a forceful intrusion, which would only attract more attention." When Han Fei's figure appeared, countless people looked up. However, after a glance, they found that they didn't know this person at all. Although they didn't know this person, the sword floating behind him was too conspicuous, the sword of shattering. In addition to that strange sword, the head of white hair, and the temperament of an unsheathed sword, there were only 2 places in the chaotic ocean that could give birth to such a person. One was the Grand Purity Palace. The other was the Sword God Palace. This person was obviously not from the Grand Purity Palace. The experts of the Grand Purity Palace didn't have such a person. In fact, it could be seen from Partner Wu's frown. Then it could only mean one thing. This person was from the Sword God Palace. No one could see through this person's strength at all. Many people immediately realized that this person was undoubtedly a sea expansion realm expert. But Partner Wu snorted. Not all sea expansion realm experts can directly enter the Medicine King heaven. The Grand Purity Palace and the Sword God Palace were enemies, so there was nothing to hide. Partner Wu was not afraid that he would be attacked by this person. If this person dared to attack him outside, he would be punished by the Grand Purity Palace. This was a small provocation to make Han Fei lose face so that Han Fei would make a move against him in the future. In this way, he would be able to lure the experts of the Sky Purity Palace to kill Han Fei, and it could be considered as weakening the strength of the Sword God's palace. This was the logic of the strong. They could see very far. A small action could be very meaningful. However, Partner Wu obviously didn't know Han Fei's temper and underestimated Han Fei's strength. Pooh! Han Fei only glanced at him, and Partner Wu vomited blood. He instantly protected himself with the invincible awareness. But even so, he still felt his heart palpitate. Partner Wu was shocked. He didn't expect that Han Fei would openly attack him in this situation. This was just a glance. If Han Fei stared at him a few more times, he would probably lose half of his life. However, Zhong Yu suddenly waved his hand, and the power of the Great Path rose from the ground, trying to disperse Han Fei's power. However, Han Fei felt that he had been humiliated. How could he let this person go so easily? Han Fei suddenly released his aura, and the will of the Great Path turned into infinite sword intent, instantly cutting off Zhong Yu's Great Path. Pooh! That Zhong Yu wasn't any better than Wu Shou. He vomited a mouthful of blood on the spot. He stood rooted to the ground, not even having the chance to move. However, feeling the perception from the depths of the Medicine King Valley, Han Fei restrained his power. Han Fei said softly, "How dare you stop me?" At that moment, Zhong Yu felt terrible. Who the hell is this? How dare you be so arrogant in my territory? However, at this moment, a voice came from the depths of the Medicine King Valley. A woman's voice said, "Mr. One Sword, why bother with the juniors? They are just following orders." Han Fei felt the power of this voice, so he said calmly, "Kings should not look directly at them. They have forgotten the saying." Chapter 1904. Han Fei's aggressiveness and dominance stunned everyone below, including Zhong Yu. What shocked the onlookers was that this person had injured someone in the Valley of the Medicine Masters and was completely fine, and no one came out to kick him out. The Medicine King Heaven was one of the palaces that the immortal palaces wouldn't target, because most of the great medicines could only be refined in the Medicine King Heaven, just like this 8th grade divine pill, which sect in the 36 Xiantian realms could refine. Today, this man slapped him in the face and didn't even scold him. This didn't seem like the Medicine King Heaven style. Opponent Wu was shocked. Who was this man? One sword strike? Hiss! Opponent Wu's pupils constricted as he thought of someone. It was the legendary heavenly talent of the Sword God Palace, Wang Yijian, who had disappeared for more than 6,000 years. The Sword God Palace said that this man went into seclusion 6,000 years ago. Some people said that this man betrayed the sect and ran away. Some people said that this man had died long ago, but there was never a real answer. However, all the major palaces knew one thing. This man reached the peak of Challenger 3,000 years ago and tried to open a sword palace. Although he failed, it was enough to prove his terrifying strength. Unexpectedly, a man who had disappeared for 6,000 years had come out of seclusion? Opponent Wu immediately realized that this man must be an 8th grade divine pill. For Wang Yijian, even a 7th grade divine pill was useless. In terms of strength, if he really fought, he would probably be among the top 10 pioneer sea cultivators in the entire chaotic vast sea. However, because Wang Yijian had disappeared in front of people for too long, he was removed from the sea opening list. Soon, many people realized what was going on. They looked at Opponent Wu and then at Zhong Yu and felt a little better. These years, the Medicine King Heaven had become more and more arrogant, and the people of the Grand Purity Palace had always been arrogant, not to mention a heavenly talent like Opponent Wu, who was even more arrogant. Everyone saw that in the sky. Han Fei stepped out and disappeared. Li Xinghin said leisurely, "You don't even know who is coming, and you dare to talk nonsense. I can't help but wonder if Brother Wu is still sane." Opponent Wu snorted coldly, stepped into the valley, and disappeared. The entire arena seemed to have returned to its original state. Only Zhong Yu felt extremely embarrassed. At the same time, he was shocked. Was this the legendary second sword god? It was rumored that Wang Yijian had the honorific title of one sword slaying a king. It was said that his attainments in the way of the sword were extremely high. However, Wang Yijian's strength was only one aspect. The fundamental reason why the Medicine Kingdom had not clashed with Han Fei was that Wang Yijian had always been arrogant and unruly. This person's personality was like a sword. He would kill whenever he encountered something. His killing intent was too heavy. The Medicine Kingdom didn't dare offend him, just like how the Medicine Kingdom didn't dare offend the Sky Purity Palace. In fact, no one dared to offend Wang Yijian because he was a person who didn't give any face to the 36 immortal palaces. No matter which clan it was, even if it was someone from the Supreme Purity Palace, he would kill them if he said so. To put it bluntly, if an expert from the Sky Purity Palace really dared to challenge Wang Yijian today, unless he had already become an Emperor Realm cultivator, he would not escape death. The 4 immortal palaces, including the Sword God Palace and the Immeasurable Heaven, were able to stand among the 36 immortal palaces for so many years, not because their positions were difficult to find, but because of the combat power of the Sword God Palace, the violence of the Immeasurable Heaven, the wisdom of the Taishan Heaven, and the secret techniques of the Glaze Heaven. Deep in the Medicine King Valley, there were several layers of pavilions here, and there were many buildings on the peaks and mountains. Medicine fields were scattered in the mountains, and the mountains were full of spiritual energy. In the center of these mountains, there was a circular open space which had been built as the center of the Medicine King Valley. This was the real Medicine King Valley. Han Fei entered this place with Xia Shaochan. In the depths of the Medicine King Valley, a white-haired woman with a young face looked at the void with a solemn expression. Who else could this person be but old Madame Chiu? Old Madame Chiu said, "I thought the sword god would come in person. I didn't expect him to come." Behind old Madame Chiu, a young woman said, "Master, is the second sword god not as strong as the sword god?" Old Madame Chiu snorted. In this world, sometimes strength is not the only thing that matters. Although the sword god was strong, he still had restrictions on himself. Relatively speaking, he is gentler. However, this person is different. This person is arrogant and lawless. If he gets angry, his body will float for thousands of miles. His strength must be among the top 10 in the chaotic, vast sea expansion realm. If he really wants to kill him, it won't be just 1 or 2. In the past, it has been widely said that this person has become a demon and betrayed the Sword God Palace. I didn't expect that he was really cultivating in seclusion. At the same time, Ji Xian came from the Grand Purity Palace. After seeing Han Fei hurt the leader of the Wu clan, he was about to attack. However, Han Fei didn't do anything further. Instead, he found a mountain with abundant spiritual energy at the top of the mountains and sat down cross-legged. As Han Fei sat there, the mountain seemed to become a sword facing the sky. One person changed the momentum of a mountain, which made Ji Xian give up the idea of asking for an explanation. He wasn't really afraid of Wang Yijian. Although Ji Xian might not be able to enter the top 10 in the chaotic, vast sea expansion realm, he wouldn't be weaker than Wang Yijian. After all, he was here to buy medicine. The medicine hadn't appeared yet. Was he really going to fight Wang Yijian? The consequences were unpredictable. Even Ji Xian of the Grand Purity Palace thought so. The others didn't dare to provoke this great god and let him sit cross-legged on the top of the mountain. Of course, no one dared to receive him. Old Madame Chiu certainly wouldn't arrange anyone to receive him. He had already settled down. Why would she receive him? On the top of the mountain, Xia Shaochan was speechless. No one cares about us. It's good that no one cares about us. Our position is so obvious. When I set up a layer of sword aura, whoever dares to perceive it will be directly shattered. In this way, it will be convenient for me to steal things. Xia Shaochan asked, "Are you going to steal the 8th grade divine pill and the Grand Supreme purple smoke furnace together?" Xia Shaochan thought it was very possible. With Han Fei's personality, this kind of thing was completely possible. However, she immediately added, "I'm afraid this matter is not so simple. I'm afraid old Madame Chiu won't leave the Grand Supreme purple smoke furnace at all for an 8th grade divine pill." Han Fei said, "Everything is possible, but now is not the time to take action. There are still a few days before the 8th grade divine pill is completed. Even if I want to rob it, I will rob it after the divine pill is completed. Otherwise, if such a good pill is destroyed, wouldn't I be robbed for nothing?" Xia Shaochan asked, "So we came here just to sit here for a few days?" Han Fei said, "Don't worry. Whether we can succeed or not, we will be able to figure out the terrain this time. Besides, even if I can't steal the 8th grade divine pill, can't I steal the 7th grade divine pill? Even if there are many 7th grade divine pills guarding it, I can still get some 5th or 6th grade ones." 3 days later, more and more people came from the Medicine King Valley, but no more than 1,000 people came. To Han Fei's surprise, someone from the Martial Emperor City also came. It was Zhang Luotian, the owner of the bookstore, who is said to be one of the top 10 powerhouses in the chaotic, vast ocean. Only then did Han Fei remember that the Martial Emperor City was also a major force in the chaotic, vast ocean and one of the top forces. Moreover, the Martial Emperor City was rich and imposing. They could easily earn 100 million for a piece of information. Han Fei felt that buying an 8th grade divine pill was inevitable. At least one of these 8th grade divine pills would be taken by the Martial Emperor City. Han Fei couldn't help but be speechless. The Martial Emperor City, Grand Pure, Chaos, and Wuji each took one, and there were only 3 8th grade divine pills left. According to the Medicine King Valley's previous plan, he wanted to keep 2. In that case, the only thing he could compete for was the last one. Han Fei felt that if he bought it, it might not be that he couldn't afford it, but more than half of his belongings would be gone. Fortunately, he didn't intend to buy it with money from the beginning. Xia Shaochan was holding 3 sea-quelling bizarre treasures in her hands, plus the one on Han Fei's back, a total of 4 sea-quelling bizarre treasures, just a bid for this 8th grade divine pill. Even so, Han Fei didn't expect to win it. Even if he could, he would snatch it back. On this day, on the Pill Tribulation Square of the Medicine King Valley, a white-haired woman, holding a white bone staff in her hand, with a purple furnace hovering in her palm, slowly walked out. The moment old Madame Chiu walked out, she heard the sound of something breaking through the void. A king arrived first. Following that, thousands of Martial Highness cultivators gathered. Among them, the majority were half-king realm powerhouses and peak-level venerables. Everyone had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Therefore, their attention had been focused on this side. However, Han Fei, who was sitting cross-legged on the top of the mountain, suddenly felt refreshed. In the Origin Sea, Han Fei found that the demon purification pot was trembling, and the little vine was dancing, as if it had been touched by something. Little vine! Han Fei couldn't help but be shocked. Was it the other vines of the demon purification pot? But Han Fei didn't see the little vine. Was there something wrong with his senses? Or did the demon purification pot also need an 8th grade divine pill? Xia Shaochan said, "What's wrong with old Lady Chiu? Isn't it not time yet? Why did she take out the imperial purple smoke furnace in advance? Isn't this the critical period for the pill formation?" Han Fei narrowed his eyes and said, "No matter what, we must get this pill." Han Fei didn't say he would take the imperial purple smoke furnace, because a treasure of this level would definitely recognize its master. With a thought from old Lady Chiu, the imperial purple smoke furnace would be taken back. Han Fei wanted to take the imperial purple smoke furnace? He had to take old Lady Chiu down first. Even now, Han Fei still vaguely felt that he had agreed to the myriad poison ancestor too readily, hadn't he? At this moment, old Lady Chiu said, "This pill has attracted much attention. To be safe, on the last day, I will let you witness the birth of the divine pill in person in this pill tribulation square." Chapter 1905. Old Lady Chiu waved her hand, and the grand purple smoke furnace turned into a 30-meter tall furnace and stood on the square. Maybe old Lady Chiu didn't realize the importance of this pill. Maybe she did it on purpose to show off the alchemy strength of the Medicine King Heaven. But in any case, the grand purple smoke furnace was placed on the square. Han Fei knew that even with the Gemini divine technique, he wouldn't be able to steal a furnace in front of so many sea expansion realm kings. There were quite a few experts here whose strength could reach the peak of sea expansion. Zhang Luotian was even recognized as one of the top 10 sea expansion realm masters. So many pairs of eyes were fixed on the grand purple smoke furnace. Could he go over with his black mist body, open the lid, and get in? At this moment, the grand purple smoke furnace was surrounded by purple light, and 3 layers of purple mist were evaporating from the furnace. Someone exclaimed, "This is the grand purple smoke furnace. I don't know how many divine pills it has refined." It's said that with the smoke in this furnace, anything thrown into it can automatically condense a 3-layered Tao pattern pill. Han Fei couldn't help but narrow his eyes, wondering how to deal with this thing. Originally, Han Fei planned to sneak in and do something on the eve of the opening of the pill furnace under the expectation of the outside world. But now, old Lady Chiu had moved the furnace out. How could he do something? Suddenly, Han Fei had an idea. It seemed that it was possible. Han Fei realized that those who appeared here today were all the experts of the major immortal palaces. Among them, many of them were from hostile forces. If he couldn't do something above board, why couldn't he enter the soul sea to mess with them? Thinking of this, Han Fei's heart immediately pounded. Little Black and Little White's upgrade speed was not fast. Over the years, he had also entered the soul sea. However, as time went on, Little Black and Little White were forced to come out after devouring a few primitive spiritual beasts. They could upgrade many times before, but now they couldn't upgrade by 1 level even after entering once. Han Fei didn't know what to do, but now the opportunity had come. Why should he devour primitive spiritual beasts? There were many kings here, and he could devour their spiritual beasts. Let's do it. In Han Fei's origin sea, the eyes of the avatar that was cultivating lit up. With a thought, a large number of ownerless souls temporarily controlled Han Fei's body through the void lines. Han Fei, on the other hand, said to Xia Shaochan, "Sit cross-legged in a moment. No matter whose perception swept over, you don't need to worry about it." Xia Shaochan asked, "What's wrong?" "I'll explain it to you later. My soul needs to leave for a while." Xia Shaochan's heart did a flip. Her soul left? She couldn't help but ask, "You want to go to the soul sea?" Han Fei was taken aback for a moment and thought that's true. The existence of the soul sea was still a secret in the yin-yang heaven, but in the chaotic azure sea, that might not be the case. Han Fei said yes. How strong are Little Black and Little White now? When the soul sea killed the enemy, the divine soul would temporarily leave the body. If someone were to come looking for me during this period, don't worry. I have a way to deal with the problem of my body. There should be a day before the pill is formed. I know what I'm doing. For others, it might be difficult to enter the soul sea. They needed to set up arrays and so on. However, Han Fei was different. Han Fei only needed to enter the origin sea with the Gemini divine technique. After a moment, when Han Fei's soul was attached to Little Black, the wonderful vision came back. However, this time Little Black and Little White were both venerables. Perhaps their strength was not the same as before. Han Fei felt that there seemed to be infinite power in Little Black, as if there was a universe in his belly. When Han Fei looked around and saw the spiritual beasts swimming past, he immediately found that many of them were not primitive spiritual beasts, but spiritual beasts with owners. Besides, the spiritual beasts he encountered around him were completely different from those he encountered in the Yin-Yang heaven. Han Fei saw a 100-meter-long flood dragon, a ribbon fish shining with colorful halos, a crab as big as a mountain, and a shell with a sharp tongue tip. Among them, Han Fei naturally didn't know most of their names. However, Han Fei could see the level of these spiritual beasts. Just where he was, Han Fei found a large number of peak-level, venerable-level spiritual beasts, and a few venerable-level spiritual beasts. According to the distance between characters in reality, it only took Han Fei a moment to find the spiritual beasts on the Pill Tribulation Square. In the absence of a battle, the spiritual beasts generally wouldn't be agitated. Han Fei didn't devour them immediately. He was just observing. In Han Fei's eyes, a series of information emerged. Wu. Wu to the head, level 89 golden sword snail. Its carapace looks extremely hard. If I go in and gnaw on it, there'll be no problem. Li Xinghin, level 89 ultimate insect. It looks like a longworm. I don't want to eat it. Dream maker, huh? Nangongyu, level 87 mysterious gold two-headed python. It's very nutritious. I have to eat it. Oh, Jixian, level 89 three-tailed crabfish. It turns out to be a primeval exotic beast. This thing is only one step away from passing a tribulation, right? If I eat this thing, I'll probably level up directly, right? Huh. Bei Xianbing, level 89 Saber King ancient insect? Why are the people of the Wuji heaven all insects? Han Fei marked all these people. Among them, there were no less than 100 people that Han Fei knew. He got to know them mainly in the place where the king died. Among these 100 people, Han Fei determined that there were a total of 53 hostile forces. Among them, only 2 spiritual beasts aroused Han Fei's fear. One was Hong Yu of the Berserk Corpse Heaven. This guy's spiritual beast had already become a king. Han Fei couldn't help cursing. This old man has a spiritual beast of the Pioneer Sea State? He must be up to no good by hiding it like this. However, Han Fei guessed that since this person concealed his spiritual beast, he didn't want others to know. If Han Fei didn't attack him, this guy didn't have to enter the Origin Sea to find trouble with him. The other was Old Lady Chiu's Jade Heavenly Toad, which was also a spiritual beast of the Pioneer Sea State. According to Xia Shaochan, these people from the Riot Ocean could enter the Soul Sea. If there was really a spiritual beast of the Pioneer Sea State hunting him, then Little Black and Little White would be in great danger. However, thanks to Old Lady Chiu's spiritual beast, because Old Lady Chiu was a strong master of the Medicine King Heaven, she would never let her soul leave her body and enter the Soul Sea. Otherwise, after her soul entered the Soul Sea, what unpredictable things would happen in the outside world? If that happened, she would lose more than she gained. An 8th grade divine pill couldn't be lost. Han Fei quickly worked out a plan, and the Emperor Sparrow had been standing on Little Black's head. The moment Little Black's soul changed, the Emperor Sparrow noticed it. After pondering for a long time, the Emperor Sparrow said, "You're not going to eat these spiritual beasts, are you?" Han Fei was puzzled. "How do you know it's me?" "You're not as fierce as Little Black." Han Fei was speechless. "I'm going to eat these spiritual beasts. Can I eat them?" The Emperor Sparrow was silent for a moment. "You can eat them, but aren't you afraid that your spiritual beasts will be possessed? This is the way of cultivation for ferocious beasts. When the spiritual beasts are completely demonized, they will end up like the prehistoric ferocious beasts. Ferocious beasts are ferocious beasts, and they can't become divine beasts. This was the first time that Han Fei had heard of such a saying. Before, he only knew that horror would be born in the Soul Sea. So, there was actually such a Tao inside. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, "What's the benefit of becoming a divine beast?" The Emperor Sparrow stared at Han Fei for a long time and then said, "Divine beasts are orthodox, just like the righteous path, the evil path, and the righteous path among the races." Han Fei asked, "Can ferocious beasts become gods?" The Emperor Sparrow said, "Yes, but they can never be called divine beasts. They can be called demon gods or evil gods and will only be hated by people." Han Fei asked in confusion, "Does it matter whether I'm hated or not? Isn't it enough if they can become gods? Will they be weaker than divine beasts?" The Emperor Sparrow was stunned for a long time. Well, no. The Emperor Sparrow was probably shocked by Han Fei's idea. Given Han Fei's character of trying his best to save the Yin-Yang heavenly human tribe, wasn't he a righteous person? However, DK didn't know that for Han Fei, the demonic Tao, the evil Tao, and the righteous Tao didn't matter. It didn't matter. Except for the name, nothing has changed. "Why can't I eat it?" "Eat." The Emperor Sparrow said, "From now on, you will face an endless pursuit. Killing will always be with you." Han Fei's spiritual sense buzzed. "I've been like this since I was a child. Fight, I am very familiar. Eat." DK stared at Han Fei for a long time. For the first time, he said cheerfully, "You're not bad." One day later, the purple mist outside the exalted violet smoke cauldron grew denser and denser. He heard old Madame Chiu say, "Gentlemen, the highest purple smoke furnace is about to be opened." The tribulation clouds were gathering in the sky. This pill would definitely reach the 8th grade. Later, "Please do not disturb this king from opening the cauldron, and even more so, do not obstruct this king's divine pill's tribulation." Old Madame Chiu was just saying that. Nobody was stupid. It wasn't the first time that most of the people here had seen this scene, but the spiritual pills they had seen before weren't of such high quality. Xia Xiaochan's heart was still in her throat. At this moment, there was no chaos, which meant that Han Fei hadn't taken action yet. If Han Fei had really taken action, it would have been a mess. Xia Xiaochan couldn't help but glance at Han Fei. Is he waiting for the tribulation to start? However, what Xia Xiaochan didn't know was how Han Fei determined the time. Chapter 1906. In fact, how could Han Fei know the time in the Soul Sea and the outside world? He was just paying attention to old Lady Chiu's jade, heavenly toad, and the movements of the ordinary spiritual beasts around him. If a spiritual pill was really born, at least there would be some reaction. Based on his previous experience in the Soul Sea, Han Fei thought that one day should be enough. At this moment, suddenly, Han Fei saw that the spiritual beasts around him slightly moved almost at the same time. This seemed to be a signal to Han Fei that it was time to eat. Immediately, Han Fei controlled Little Black to bare his teeth without hesitation. His first target was Ji Xian's 3-tailed crabfish. Yes, Han Fei wasn't scared at all just because Ji Xian was a king. It's true that you're a king, but your spiritual beast isn't a king. The Emperor Sparrow was in a very good mood. Although he didn't dislike Han Fei before, that was because he knew that although Han Fei had done a lot for the sake of the human race, Han Fei couldn't be regarded as a completely good person in essence. Now it seemed that he wasn't a good person at all. In the cultivation world, everything had to be fought for. The so-called justice and evil were all fish **T. As long as one was strong enough, he could make the rules. After chatting with Han Fei, the Emperor Sparrow also took action. The 3-tailed crabfish had extraordinary strength. Its carapace was thick, its steel teeth were like divine weapons, its fins were like sharp blades, and its tail was like sharp silk. It was a real ferocious creature. However, before it could do anything, it felt a demonic sound vibrating in its big brain, as if a monster had entered its brain. Immediately afterward, it heard a cracking sound coming from its body. A large piece of flesh and blood was directly torn by the sharp claws and swallowed by the bird's beak. Its stomach was in an even worse state. There was a huge hole in it. The combat power of Little Black and Little White couldn't be underestimated. When Little Black was still level 1, it bit everything it saw. The knife of the blade fish was chewed crisply like rice crust in its mouth. Although this three-tailed crabfish was a level 89 half-king realm powerhouse, it was completely in a passive situation and couldn't fight at all, so it was directly eaten by Little Black. Chomp, chomp, chomp! Little Black's huge mouth moved at the speed of teleportation. Almost every living being that it went around and chewed one round, that living being turned into a skeleton. It was the same now. In the Soul Sea, the three-tailed crab fish suddenly made a sound, instantly causing commotion. Many spiritual beasts quickly left, trying to see what was going on. However, when they saw the situation clearly, they saw that the 3 crabfish only had 1 fish head left. Smack! There was also a big hole on the fish's head. The part of his brain seemed to have been swallowed by an invisible mouth. Buzz, sure enough, as Han Fei expected, Little Black and Little White's growth was slow. He had stayed in the Yin-Yang sky for 10 years, which was a few hundred years to them. In theory, breaking through was a matter of course. As a matter of fact, before the 3 crabfish were even finished, Little Black and Little White's bodies began to glow, and with a kacha they both broke through. The outside world. Old Madame Chiu shouted. There is still one last moment. Everyone, please bear witness to the opening of the furnace. Do not disturb me. The lid of the imperial purple smoke cauldron started to tremble. Through the cracks that were exposed during the trembling, a large amount of purple mist could be seen rising. Black clouds were rolling in the sky. It seemed that the tribulation cloud was brewing. Clatter! Suddenly, when the lid flew up, a small green vine was shrouded in purple flames. Above the small vine, 7 round red beads were hanging on the vine. Hiss! Someone couldn't help but ask, isn't it supposed to be alchemy? Why does it look like a fruit growing from this little vine? Someone shouted, silence. Maybe this is their way of alchemy. What do you think the effect of an 8th grade divine pill is? Someone said, look, there are indeed 8 Tao patterns on that medicinal pill. Moreover, those patterns are different from all the Tao patterns that we've seen in history. Boom! At this time, thunder rumbled in the sky. Everyone knew that the pill tribulation was almost ready, and the next step was the pill's tribulation. Everyone was in awe, and the kings were also in awe. Even the effects of an 8th grade divine pill were different. Seeing that the small vine flew higher and higher, the thunder in the sky couldn't hold back anymore. Lightning arcs kept flashing as if they were about to fall. All of a sudden, Ji Xian, who was watching the tribulation, frowned. For some reason, he had a bad premonition, as if he had lost something important. His intuition told him that his spiritual beast was a bit restless. However, it was not convenient for him to summon his spiritual beast because he was undergoing the tribulation of an 8th grade divine pill. Surprised by the 8th grade divine pill, Wu Yuesho secretly clenched his fists. If such a divine pill could belong to him, wouldn't the matter of him becoming a king be set in stone? While he was watching, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his head, as if something had broken. He felt a stabbing pain between his eyebrows, as if his spiritual beast wanted to come out. Wu Yuesho was shocked. Did my spiritual beast feel the effect of this 8th grade divine pill and want to come out to fight for it? Boom! When the first pill tribulation came, Wu Yuesho was distracted. The pill tribulation had begun. However, to everyone's surprise, the heavenly tribulation was purple when it came. Even the old lady herself was shocked. What was going on? There had never been a purple pill tribulation before. This was the first time. Was the 8th grade divine pill more dreadful than she had imagined? The old lady looked solemn. She had made 8th grade divine pills before. She had made 8th-grade divine pills 3 times in her life, but none of them were like this. Was it because of the small vine? The old lady was shocked. Nobody knew that she had discovered the problem with the small vine while she was making the pills. She had unintentionally found this little vine in her treasure vault. She didn't know what it could do. So, she threw it into the furnace to see what it could do. However, the old lady was shocked to find that the large amount of energy and all the resources she had invested in the grand supreme purple smoke furnace were absorbed by the small vine. The old lady had never seen anything like this in her life. The small vine wasn't so big and it was short. However, under her continuous refining, the small vine began to grow. As it grew, the small vine began to grow leaves. After years of hard work, the small vine had not only tender branches, but also sesame-sized red pills. This scene shocked the old lady. For the first time, she realized that divine pills could grow. Oh no, old Madame Chio thought that it was the result of her perseverance and hard work, which meant that it was refined by herself, because the old lady wanted to show the scene of the 7 divine pills going through the heavenly tribulation to show their charm, so that she could ask for a high price from the immortal palaces. However, the old lady didn't expect that there would be a purple pill tribulation. Just like the king tribulation, there were blue and purple. Did the pill tribulation have it too? This meant that the 7 divine pills were different. However, while the old lady was excited, she suddenly heard Yu Tianchan talking to her in her mind. Yu Tianchan said, "2 fierce beasts have appeared in my soul sea. They are hunting spiritual beasts crazily." The old lady. Not only the old lady. On the other side, Hong Yu also heard a voice transmission from his spiritual beast, the 1,000 puppet. There are fierce beasts hunting spiritual beasts. Hong Yu was taken aback. Fierce beasts. The 1,000 puppet said, yes, fierce beasts will also be born in spiritual beasts. Their pursuit is not the orthodox God throne, but the evil Tao. However, these 2 spiritual beasts may be deliberately controlled by someone. Hong Yu was confused. Someone is controlling them. Suddenly, Hong Yu and the old lady changed their faces. Someone is hunting in the soul sea? The Jade Tianchan said, yes, very fierce. There was a bird, as well as an invisible creature. Oh, right, I saw a spirit swallowing fish. The old lady asked, spirit swallowing fish? Hong Yu said, spirit swallowing fish? Are you kidding me? How can that thing appear here? Hiss! Are you sure it's a spirit swallowing fish? The divine pills were going through the heavenly tribulation. The old lady knew that once it was discovered, the consequences would be unimaginable. The old lady said, do you have a way to kill them? The Jade Tianchan said, if it's that white spirit swallowing fish, it should be no problem. But there is also an invisible spiritual beast. Besides, that bird is very extraordinary. I dare not kill it. You dare not kill it? The old lady was confused. What kind of creature are you afraid to kill? Different from the old lady, Hong Yu was horrified. Stay away. Don't kill it if you don't dare. Even if the sky falls, the taller ones will hold it up. Ji Xian and Bei Xianbing are both here. If there's anything, just let them handle it. The 1,000 puppet said, I've already run away. Count on them? I'm afraid not. Their spiritual beasts have been eaten. Hong Yu.